House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 6, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Adrian Smith to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Veterans Day, we recognize the 6% of Americans who have put on a uniform, raised their right hand, and sworn an oath to defend our nation. Now, after more than 20 years of war, it is time for us to follow the words of President Abraham Lincoln and to care for him who shall have borne the battle. Congress must recommit itself to standing for these men and women who have served our great country, making sure that physicians are recruited to serve at VA hospitals in rural areas, and ensuring that the PACT Act is fully implemented to protect veterans who have been exposed to toxic chemicals. Veterans Day holds a special meaning for the 50,000 veterans and their families who call Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District home. From deploying overseas to assisting with border security and disaster relief here at home, our nation's service members have been at the heart of operations that ultimately protect all Americans. With more veterans than any other district in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District has a unique connection to those who have served in the armed services. This Veterans Day, let's all join in thanks for the soldiers, the sailors, the airmen and Marines who have fought and who have sacrificed to keep our nation safe and our nation free. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this weekend, the New York Times quoted Spencer Weiss, a Pennsylvanian, an electrician, who said, "The world is falling apart under President Biden." As prices spiral out of control, as illegal immigrants continue to surge at our southern border, and adversaries like China and Iran spread their influence abroad, President Biden has failed to lead. President Biden has failed to keep Americans safe. Instead of working across the aisle to fight inflation, Joe Biden has proposed millions of dollars in new spending. Instead of passing critical legislation like the Secure the Border Act, Joe Biden has welcomed illegal immigrants into towns and cities across our country. And instead of standing with Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, Joe Biden has threatened to veto legislation that would resupply the Iron Dome and keep Israeli citizens safe from Hamas rockets. Mr. Speaker, it is now more clear than ever that President Biden's policies have failed our families, failed our communities, and ultimately failed our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Reverend Dr. Naomi Rogers, a devoted Korean American. Reverend Rogers has dedicated much of her life to the spiritual well-being of Arkansans through her work as a pastor with the United Methodist Church. Her expertise in theology and love for Christianity have allowed her to become involved with multiple Methodist churches throughout our state. She also serves as the president of the Korean American Federation of Arkansas. Her work with the association was instrumental in the construction of the Korean War Memorial in Little Rock. Her work and leadership have made Reverend Rogers a marvelous role model and ambassador for Korean Americans, not only in Arkansas, but across our country. I congratulate Reverend Rogers on all of her accomplishments and look forward to all that she will achieve in the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable accomplishments of Lieutenant Colonel Larry Strickland. On 14 October, Colonel Strickland and his colleagues celebrated his well-deserved retirement after 30 years of selfless service to our nation. Colonel Strickland's career in the U.S. Army began in 1995 when he joined the 39th Infantry Brigade. Separating from the Army due to a car crash in 1996, Lieutenant Colonel Strickland re-enlisted in 1998. Since then, Colonel Strickland has served his country in Iraq and has held a variety of other key positions around the globe. He recently assisted with the military response to one of the worst pandemics in our nation's history. Throughout his remarkable career, Colonel Strickland has exemplified dedication, resilience, and leadership, and most of all, an unwavering dedication to our beloved country. I wish him a happy retirement and thank him for his service and inspiration to the next generation. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to rise today, but to celebrate the life of my dear friend, William Gary Underwood. His 47-year career in music, youth, and media ministry has brought joy and healing to numerous Americans and Arkansans, and Arkansas was fortunate to have him in our community. Gary's journey through ministry was plentiful. He was involved in the Elmdale Baptist Church in Springdale, Beach Street First Baptist Church in Texarkana, and served as the interim music minister at the Perryville First Baptist Church. He was instrumental also as the chaplain of Little Rock Touchdown Club. Gary was a member of the Southern Baptist Convention, and his passion led him to be heavily involved in the development and launch of ACTS Christian Television Network in Arkansas. Beyond the ministry, Gary and I became friends when he joined Governor Mike Huckabee's staff as his Director of Media Operations in 1996. Gary's passion for music, aiding youth, and the church has left Arkansas a much better place than when he found it. He'll be missed by family, friends, and many others in our state, and his life will be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute the life and legacy of former Pulaski County Judge Floyd Buddy Valines. Mr. Valines graduated from Hendrix College in 1969 and afterwards would go on to serve in the U.S. Army during Vietnam, where he earned a Bronze Star. Upon return to the United States, he graduated from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock, the Bowen School of Law. Mr. Valines would start a career in public relations with the management of his own firm. He won his first election in 1984, becoming a member of the Little Rock Board of Directors. He would then serve as vice mayor from 1987 to 1988, becoming mayor in 1989, serving 1 year. In 1990, he was elected to be the Pulaski County Judge, a position that he would serve in that post until 2014. Valines left his mark in Central Arkansas through numerous bridge and trail projects, including the Big Dam Bridge, the Arkansas River Trail, Simmons Bank Arena, and the expansion of the State House Convention Center. His impact on Pulaski County has been tremendous, and his remarkable, lasting landmarks will stand in testament to his decades of leadership. Mr. Valines will be missed dearly by his family, friends, and all of us in Pulaski County. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Open our eyes this day, most loving God, that we would realize that though we have not sought you, you have always sought after us. While we have made ourselves the center of our own existence and interests, you, in surrounding us with the beauty of your creation, sustaining us with the provisions of harvest and home, you have made us the focus of your kindness, the objects of your affection. Forgive us then in our blindness to your presence in our lives. Save us from our false sense of self-sufficiency. Redeem us from our desire to control everything. Remind us that you in your sovereignty have designed a plan drafted of grace and mercy for this world and for our lives. You have promised to seek what is lost and bring back again that which was driven away. You have assured us that you will bind up that which was broken and strengthen that which is weak. Into this promise of your steadfast and abiding love may we live our lives. And in response to your desire for our faithfulness, may we dedicate our hearts, our minds, and our souls to you this and every day. On the strength of your word we stand, and in the power of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Souchin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. H.R. 845, censuring Representative Rashida Tlaib for promoting false narratives regarding the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack on Israel and calling for the destruction of the State of Israel. Whereas Israel has existed on its lands for millennia, and the United States played a critical role in returning Israel to those lands in 1948, immediately following the Holocaust, and in recognition of its rights to exist as an indelible signal of our solidarity with the Jewish people. Whereas Israel is a critical ally to the American people and to our strategic national security interests in the Middle East. Whereas the people of Israel, including American citizens, were brutally attacked on October 7, 2023 by Hamas. Whereas Representative Rashida Tlaib, within 24 hours of the October 7 barbaric attack on Jewish citizens of the State of Israel, representing the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, defended the brutal rapes, murders, beheadings, and kidnappings, including of Americans, by Hamas as justified resistance to the, quote, apartheid state, end quote. Whereas Representative Tlaib's October 8 statement claimed that Hamas' October 7 attack on the Jewish people was partly attributable to the United States security aid provided to Israel, which ignores the fact that the Iron Dome, a co-developed air defense system, saved lives that day by intercepting rockets launched from the Gaza Strip against Israeli civilian targets. Whereas on October 18, 2023, Representative Tlaib continued to knowingly spread the false narrative that Israel intentionally bombed the Al-Ali Arab Hospital on October 17 after United States intelligence, Israeli intelligence, and President Biden assessed with high confidence that Israel did not caused the explosion. Whereas on November 3, 2023, Representative Tlaib published on social media a video containing the phrase, quote, "from the river to the sea," end quote, which is widely recognized as a genocidal call to violence to destroy the state of Israel and its people, to replace it with a Palestinian state extending from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Whereas Representative Tlaib doubled down on this call to violence by falsely describing the "from the river to the sea" as an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, despite it clearly entailing Israel's destruction and the denial of its fundamental right to exist. And whereas Representative Tlaib has repeatedly displayed conduct entirely unbecoming of a member of the House of Representatives by calling for the destruction of the state of Israel and dangerously promoting false narratives regarding a brutal, large-scale terrorist attack against civilian targets inside the sovereign territory of a major non-NATO ally, while hundreds of Israeli and American hostages remain in terrorist captivity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured.
A resolution offered from the floor by a member not other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House as immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution was properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Georgia will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Censuring Representative Rashida Tlaib for anti-Semitic activity and sympathizing with terrorist organizations. Whereas in May 2019, Rashida Tlaib said that she celebrated the Holocaust and felt a calming feeling when thinking about the genocide of millions of Jews. Whereas in 2020, Rashida Tlaib retweeted an illustration with the caption, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And this Palestine Liberation Organization slogan has been adopted by Hamas and calls for the elimination of Israel and the death of all Jews. Whereas on November 3rd, 2023, Rashida Tlaib tweeted that the slogan, "From the river to the sea," which calls for the genocide of all Jews, is an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence. Whereas in September 2022, Rashida Tlaib, as a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, displayed her disdain for Israel, saying, "You cannot claim to hold progressive values, yet back Israel's apartheid government." Whereas instead of denouncing the horrors of Hamas slaughtering Israelis, Rashida Tlaib stated on October 3rd, 2023, "The path to the future must include lifting the blockade, ending the occupation, and dismantling the apartheid system that creates the suffocating, dehumanizing conditions that can lead to resistance." Whereas Rashida Tlaib exhibited her hatred for America by reposting a message on October 12, 2023, blaming America for allowing the deaths of Palestinian babies at the hands of Israel. Whereas Rashida Tlaib incited an illegal occupation at the United States Capitol complex on October 18, 2023, which put members of Congress, their staffs, and Capitol visitors in danger by shutting down elevators, stairwells, and points of egress, while obstructing official business in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, including a Senate Foreign Affairs Committee hearing. Whereas the illegal occupation incited by Rashida Tlaib was organized by Jewish Voice for Peace, which, as the Anti-Defamation League calls, a radical anti-Israel activist group that advocates for a complete economic, cultural, and academic boycott of the state of Israel. and that believes Israeli policies and actions are motivated by deeply rooted Jewish racial chauvinism and religious supremacism. Whereas several illegal occupiers at the Capitol belong to a group messaging chat called Global Intifada, which is the Arabic word for rebellion or uprising, and refers to a series of protests and violent riots carried out by Palestinians in Israel during the last century. Whereas by inciting an illegal occupation of the Capitol complex on October 18, 2023, Rashida Tlaib followed Hezbollah's orders to carry out a day of unprecedented anger following an explosion at a Gazan hospital, lying about Israel's responsibility for the attack, which the United States intelligence agency said was not perpetuated by Israel. Whereas over 300 arrests were made following the illegal occupation of the Capitol complex on October 18, 2023, for violations of District of Columbia law, such as crowding, obstructing, and incommoding, and for assaulting police officers. And whereas members of Congress who denounce the United States while praising terrorist organizations are unfit to hold office, now therefore be it resolved that Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured. Representative Rashida Tlaib forthwith present herself to the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the Majority Leader or the Minority Leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the Chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the by the gentlewoman from Georgia will appear in the record at this point. The Chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The Chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimity to address the House and revise and extend my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of Devonna Kate Shulin of Scottsburg, Indiana. Devonna passed away on August 15th due to complications while giving birth to her 3rd child. Anyone who knew Devonna knew she had a heart for service. After graduating from Salem High School, she became a paramedic and went on to serve as Deputy Director for the Washington County EMS and the Deputy Chief Director of the Scott County EMS in Scottsburg. It's impossible for me in the time I have here today to capture just what made Devonna so special, so admired. She was known for being a comforting presence for many families in their darkest moments. She was a steady hand in times of crisis, saving many lives during her career. Devonna's life was meaningful, yet tragically too short. It's difficult to imagine women can die during childbirth in the United States today, but they do. It is in her memory that I commit to pursuing legislation to ensure we're doing everything we can to protect the lives of mothers and their babies. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 3838, the Preventing Maternal Deaths Reauthorization Act of 2023. I won't stop fighting for solutions to prevent maternal deaths. Devonna left behind incredible loved ones like her husband Michael, also a public servant with the fire department, and 3 beautiful children, Chase, Katie, and Maverick. We will never forget Devonna and the example that she was and still is to us all. Thank you.
The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to 44 United States Code 2702, I hereby reappoint as a member of the Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress the following person: Ms. Dana Bell of Washington, D.C. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk of the House.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1607 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 213, H.R. 1607, a bill to clarify jurisdiction with respect to certain Bureau of Reclamation pumped storage development and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1607 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my colleague, Mr. Schweikert's bill, which enables the Bureau of Reclamation and Salt River Project to move forward with developing pumped storage hydropower facilities in the Salt River Reservoir system in Arizona. Pumped storage is an efficient means to store energy when supply exceeds demand and has been shown to be one of the most useful methods for regulating intermittent renewable generation resources, such as wind and solar. Based on initial work done by Reclamation in 2014, the Salt River Project developed 2 possible locations for the construction of a pumped storage hydropower project. H.R. 1607 would withdraw approximately 17,000 acres of federal lands from the National Forest System and transfer it to the Bureau of Reclamation for the development of pumped storage hydropower and the development, generation, and transmission of electrical power and energy. Through the transfer of this land, the proposed pumped storage project to be developed will be entirely within the authorities and footprint of the Federal Reclamation Project, streamlining development and maximizing federal reclamation project benefits. Without it, the project would need to be permitted by both Reclamation and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. For those reasons, I support and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 1607, introduced by my colleague from Arizona, Representative David Schweiker, and co-led by Representative Stanton, also from Arizona. This bill would reserve certain lands in Arizona to the United States for use as part of the Salt River Federal Reclamation Project. The Salt River Project was first authorized in 1903 and provides water and power to over 2 million people in central Arizona today. Under this legislation, the reserved lands will be used for development, generation, and transmission of electrical power and energy to assist the Salt River Project in expanding pumped storage hydropower facilities to meet increasing energy demands. I'd like to thank my colleagues from Arizona, Representative Schweiker and Representative Stanton, for introducing and promoting this legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Schweikert.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and Mr. Westerman, Mr. Grijalva. This is sort of fun to have one of these where we all sort of agree on it. Let me put a little character. You've heard sort of the basic mechanisms. Salt River Project is a water power quasi-municipality. It is very unique. It actually predates statehood for us. Think that. It actually was put together before we actually became a state. What's unique in Arizona is many of you have heard the discussion of the thing called the duck curve. You know, in the late afternoon, you get lots of photovoltaic power, and then the sun goes down, and you don't get lots of photovoltaic power. You're solar, but we still run our air conditioners. We need some ginormous batteries for those of us that live in the desert Southwest. Come the concept of pump storage. Where this is at is actually where I live probably 25 minutes away from this. It's the lake I grew up on. So to try to get this visually, picture a series of lakes that are our water reservoirs for the Phoenix area. And then these cliffs that are just tremendously high. It's a very impressive area. And the concept of using gravity as a battery. And I appreciate everyone from our delegation who's been very, very helpful on this. But this is one of those occasions where it makes sense, it's environmentally sound, it actually allows us to take care of something that's somewhat unique for us in the desert Southwest, and that is the solar power we produce. And the fact of the matter is, I do hope all of our brothers and sisters here later on vote yes in suspension. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We're prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close as well, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today does streamline the permitting process for a project that is intended to keep energy costs low, help stabilize the electric grid during peak demand, and boost the supply of affordable and reliable energy. As Mr. Schweikert explained, this is one of the oldest forms of batteries that we have to pump water uphill when we have excess energy and then to use it to generate energy on the off hours. I do urge my colleagues to join in supporting this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1607 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
Yeas and nays having been requested. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1722.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 214, H.R. 1722. A bill to amend the Grand Ronde Reservation Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalda, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1722, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1722, the Grand Ronde Reservation Act Amendment of 2023, would amend the Grand Ronde Reservation Act to reflect that the Grand Ronde tribe's extinguishment of land claims against the United States only applies to an 84-acre parcel of land known as the Thompson Strip. Alongside many tribes in western Oregon, the Grand Ronde tribe entered into treaties with the United States in the 1850s. President James Buchanan established the Grand Ronde Reservation in 1857, which consisted of more than 60,000 acres. This solidified the federal government's treatment of the Grand Ronde as a single tribe for federal services and benefits. However, in 1954, the Western Oregon Indian Termination Act was signed into law, which severed the trust relationship between the federal government and the tribe. In 1983, the tribe was successful in obtaining a restoration of federal recognition through enactment of the Grand Ronde Reservation Act. This legislation also reestablished a reservation for the tribe in Yamhill County, Oregon. On October 31st, 1988, the Bureau of Land Management discovered several surveying errors on a parcel of land known as the Thompson Strip, which was located along the southeast boundary of the tribe's reservation. The BLM worked towards a resolution with the tribe, which concluded in 1994 when Congress authorized a land transfer between the BLM and the tribe. While that legislation corrected the survey error, the tribe later determined that the phrase extinguishment of claims in the bill would include all and potential future land claims within the entire state of Oregon for the tribe. The Grand Ronde contends that this was done in error and that there was no intention to bar them from future land claims beyond the Thompson Strip. H.R. 1722 would amend current law in order to specify that the tribe is only barred from bringing land claims related to the 84-acre Thompson Strip parcel, not all lands within the state of Oregon. Additionally, H.R. 1722 would add a gaming prohibition for any future land claims and prohibits the use of any money received as part of a land claim settlement from being used to purchase land for gaming purposes under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. I thank Representative Salinas for her work on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1722, the Grand Ronde Reservation Amendment Act of 2023, offered by my colleague from Oregon, Representative Salinas. This legislation will correct a decades-old error that restricted the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde in raising land claims in the state of Oregon. During the termination period, a shameful time for our country, the Confederated Tribes and other tribes in Oregon had their federal recognition terminated by Congress in 1954. The Grand Ronde tribe was later restored in 1983 with the passage of the Grand Ronde Restoration Act. However, in 1988, the Bureau of Land Management discovered a land surveying mistake on the eastern boundary of the tribe's original reservation. The survey excluded an 84-acre piece of land known as the Thompson Strip. To compensate the Grand Ronde tribe for the loss incurred by that error, the Bureau of Land Management subsequently arranged a land exchange with the tribe to be approved by Congress. Unfortunately, through that legislation in 1994, the Grand Ronde saw their rights further restricted with language that prohibited the tribe from making any additional land claims if new errors were discovered. Today's bill would end this unfair restriction on the tribe so that they may pursue recourse if additional survey errors are ever found. No other tribe in the state of Oregon faces this kind of legal restriction. This legislation has bipartisan support in both the House and Senate, having passed out of committee by voice vote in the Senate and unanimously here in the House. The passage of this legislation would be immensely consequential for the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Oregon, the sponsor of this bipartisan legislation, Representative Salinas.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1722, the Grand Ronde Reservation Act Amendment of 2023. My district is the proud home of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde community, who, like Oregon's other indigenous peoples, were the original stewards of our land and abundant natural resources. Yet, they've also faced tremendous injustices at the hands of the federal government. The Grand Ronde Reservation was established in 1857, and in 1871, during a survey of the reservation, an 84-acre piece of land known as the Thompson Strip was mistakenly excluded. It took over 100 years for this error to be discovered, and rectifying it does require an act of Congress. At some point in the process of drafting legislation, language was erroneously inserted that took away Grand Ronde's right to bring any further land claims in the entire state of Oregon, not just around the Thompson Strip. The Grand Ronde community is, to this day, the only tribe in Oregon that is subject to this prohibition. H.R. 1722 will finally correct this decades-old error and restore Grand's ability to pursue land claims. This legislation does enjoy strong bipartisan support in both the House and Senate. I thank my colleagues here today from the Natural Resources Committee, as well as the support of the entire Oregon delegation. Passage of H.R. 1722 would be enormously consequential for the Grand Ronde community. It would also represent an historic step forward for Indigenous peoples' rights in America. I have always believed that while we are not responsible for the ills of the past, we are responsible for remedying them today. My amendment to the Grand Ronde Reservation Act aligns with that important pursuit. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, this legislation clarifies the land claims of the Grand Ronde tribe so they can pursue and ensure certainty and it does ensure certainty regarding gaming. I appreciate the gentlelady for bringing it, and Ranking Member Grijalva's worked with us to move this in a bipartisan manner. I urge adoption of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1722? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3448 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 215, H.R. 3448. A bill to amend Chapter 3081 of Title 54 United States Code to enhance the protection and preservation of America's battlefields.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3448 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I now yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my colleague and friend from New York, Congresswoman Stefanik's legislation, the American Battlefield Protection Program Enhancement Act of 2023. Our nation's battlefields are hallowed sites that showcase the trials and triumphs that shaped our great nation. From the American Revolution to the Civil War, battlefield sites now serve as outdoor classrooms that ensure future generations can learn about the conflicts that forged our great nation. Battlefields remind us of our storied, complex history. They also provide a way to honor those who fought and whose lives were lost. As we approach Veterans Day this Friday, I think it's important and appropriate that we reflect on the best ways we can protect our nation's military history for future generations. Unfortunately, despite the rich history of these locations, many of these hallowed grounds have been lost or destroyed through the past centuries. In fact, the American Battlefield Trust estimates that 1 acre of hallowed ground is lost every hour on average. To address the loss of sacred battlefield sites, Congress created the American Battlefield Protection Program in 1996. The program provides grants to protect sites related to the Revolutionary War, War of 1812, and the Civil War. Since its conception, the American Battlefield Protection Program has helped protect more than 100 battlefields in 42 states and protect battlefield lands at 110 battlefield sites in 19 states. Unfortunately, not all battlefields are covered by this program. One of those battlefields is Jenkins Ferry State Park in my home district. Representative Stefanik's legislation would expand this program so battlefields like Jenkins Ferry can receive restoration and interpretation assistance. Jenkins Ferry is one of 3 battlefields in south central Arkansas that make up the Red River Campaign National Historic Landmark. In 1864, Confederate soldiers attacked the Union Army during the Battle of Jenkins Ferry. Union soldiers were able to retreat using a ferry site that still exists within the park today. Jenkins Ferry State Park also features many interpretive sites and memorials to soldiers who lost their lives during the Battle of Jenkins Ferry. This is an important economic driver for my community and also an important recreation area. I'm thankful this legislation will help improve this state park for generations to come. H.R. 3448 would also allow educational institutions, nonprofit organizations, and tribes to receive grants directly. The American Battlefield Protection Program is a shining example of public-private partnerships, and expanding the eligible list of non-federal partners is a common-sense solution for these organizations and local communities. Lastly, the bill directs regular updates of battlefield reports conducted by the National Park Service and focuses resources on the highest priority battlefield locations. As technology changes and advances, these updates will be crucial in identifying new battlefield areas that serve as pivotal points of conflict or need additional protections. This bipartisan bill, which is co-sponsored by 50 bipartisan members, will enhance conservation, promote recreation, spur local economic growth, and help protect our nation's history. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank Representative Stefanik for her leadership and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3448, the American Battlefield Protection Program Enhancement Act, reauthorizes and updates the American Battlefield Protection Program to strengthen ongoing preservation efforts of historic battlefields. Under this program, the National Park Service provides grants through the Land and Water Conservation Fund for preservation planning, land acquisition, restoration, and interpretation in order to preserve these unique resources associated with this nation's military history. The bill will protect and preserve our historic battlefields to ensure that we do not lose this connection to our history. I support the effort to ensure the continuation of this important and meaningful program. I would like to note that this bill sets a new precedent for Land and Water Conservation Fund by authorizing direct grants to nonprofit organizations. While this is a break from the past practice, I want to thank the majority for their willingness to work with us on language that guarantees permanent protection of any land purchased with money provided by the American Battlefield Protection Program. As we go forward, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and any reservations we have, we hope as it goes forward in the Senate that those discussions will continue, and that if any efforts are made to make the legislation better and more inclusive of the goal of the legislation, we will support that as well. I have no one asking for time, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from New York, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Stefanik.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my legislation, the American Battlefield Protection Program Enhancement Act. And I want to take the time to thank our Chairman, Bruce Westerman, and the Ranking Member for their support throughout this process, both in committee, but also visiting with so many communities that understand the importance of preserving and protecting these most hallowed grounds. I introduced this bipartisan legislation with my Congressional Battlefield Caucus co-chair, Mr. Connolly of Virginia, to preserve and improve the American Battlefield Protection Program, one of the most successful land preservation programs managed by the National Park Service. Since its conception, the American Battlefield Protection Program has helped protect more than 100 battlefields in 42 states, including Fort Anne in my district in upstate New York. New York's 21st District is truly the cradle of the American Revolution, home to Fort Ticonderoga, Fort Anne, and the Bennington Battlefield. But as people across upstate New York and the North Country will proudly tell you, our deep military history extends beyond the Revolution and incorporates many important battlefields from the French and Indian War through the War of 1812. I grew up going to these historic sites, and I consider them part of the classroom of my childhood education. And for years, I have been proud to lead the charge to preserve these historic battlefields in Congress as the co-chair of the Congressional Battlefield Caucus. It's critical that we preserve and honor the places Americans gave their last full measure of devotion in order to ensure future generations of Americans learn the lessons of those sacrifices on these very hallowed grounds. This bill also allows nonprofits and tribes to apply to the program directly instead of having to go through a government sponsor. Removing this burdensome hurdle cuts through bureaucracy, allowing these entities to be more efficient and effective in preserving our endangered battlefields. This legislation also clarifies the eligibility of Revolutionary War and War of 1812 sites for battlefield land acquisition grants to ensure the program is used to preserve battlefield land, while also creating a process for the National Park Service to expand and update battlefield boundaries. With emerging archaeological technologies, historical boundaries of various battlefields have shifted as we learn more. Without the program improvements in my bill, portions of battlefields with newly discovered historic importance stand to be lost. We must not allow this to happen, and instead strive to ensure these critical pieces of our history, our most hallowed history, are preserved for future generations. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of the bipartisan American Battlefield Protection Program Enhancement Act to ensure these battlefields continue to be preserved for years and generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again thank the gentlelady from New York for her excellent bipartisan work on this piece of legislation. And in honor of Veterans Day and in honor for that hallowed history that we have, I urge adoption of this bill, which will protect the sites of sacrifice and struggle that allow us to be here today in this chamber. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3448 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 359.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 212, H.R. 359. A bill to establish Fort San Jeronimo del Boquerón in Puerto Rico as an affiliated area of the National Park System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 359, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I strongly support Representative Gonzalez Colon's bill, the Fort San Geronimo Preservation Act. This legislation would establish Fort San Geronimo del Boquerón, I hope I got that right, as an affiliated area of the National Park System. I applaud Representative Gonzalez Colon's leadership on this effort. Fort San Geronimo is a small, 2-level stone masonry fort located at the easternmost point of the islet of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Part of the massive fortification system built by Spanish military engineers between the 16th and 19th centuries to protect San Juan from foreign invasions. Fort San Geronimo became a centerpiece of the city's defenses and played a crucial role in the 1797 Battle of San Juan. The fort was rebuilt in 1799, largely to its original design, and continued to be used as a Spanish military post in the 19th century. After Puerto Rico became a U.S. territory in 1898, the U.S. Navy used Fort San Geronimo as a military post until 1921. Today, Fort San Geronimo is owned and managed by the Institute of Puerto Rican Culture, an agency of the Puerto Rican government. Establishing Fort San Geronimo as a national affiliated area is a cost-effective way to conserve this important historic and cultural site without placing it under federal ownership or management. Under H.R. 359, the fort will continue to be managed by the Institute of Puerto Rican Culture, although the National Park Service will be able to provide assistance for the marketing, interpretation, and protection of the site. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 359, the Fort San Jeronimo Preservation Act, introduced by my colleague from Puerto Rico, Resident Commissioner Jennifer Gonzalez Colon. The Fort San Jeronimo de Boquerón, located in Puerto Rico, was built as part of the fortification system to protect San Juan from invasions. Today, it is the sole surviving fortification on the island, representing the successful defense from a siege by the British military in 1797, the Battle of San Juan. The bill before us today would establish the Fort San Jeronimo del Boquerón in Puerto Rico as an affiliated area of the National Park System to ensure the fort is maintained and preserved as an important historic site. I am pleased to support the legislation and congratulate my colleague, the Commissioner, Commissioner Gonzalez Colon, for her fine work on the legislation, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say thank you to Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva for supporting this bill, which is really wanted by the people from Puerto Rico. I rise in strong support of H.R. 359, the Fort San Jeronimo Preservation Act, legislation that will establish Fort San Jeronimo del Boquerón as an affiliated area of the National Park System. Fort San Jeronimo is a small two-layer stone masonry fort located at the mouth of the Condado Lagoon in San Juan. So many of you that have visited San Juan will see it from all the hotels from the area. And it's part of the massive system of fortification built by the Spanish military engineers between the 16th century and the 19th centuries to protect the city, specifically 1500. Three of the forts that were part of this defense system form Fort San Felipe del Morro, Fort San Cristobal, and Fort San Juan de la Cruz are currently included within the San Juan National Historic Site, which is the sole National Park Service unit in Puerto Rico. Fort San Jeronimo, however, is managed, like the chairman said, by the Institute of Puerto Rican Culture, a state government agency. And despite its small size, this fort became a centerpiece of San Juan's first line of defense. It played a crucial role in the 1797 Battle of San Juan, when a squadron of British ships led by Sir Rolfe Abercrombie attacked and attempted to invade the city for 13 days. Fort San Jeronimo bore the brunt of this assault, and although severely damaged, it stood up against the firepower and successfully thwarted the British invasion, who retreated in defeat. The 1797 British siege of San Juan will be the last attack on Puerto Rico by a major European power, underscoring Fort San Jeronimo's historic significance and a key strategic role. The fort was rebuilt largely in its original design in 1799 and continued to be used as a Spanish military post throughout the 19th century. After Puerto Rico became a U.S. territory in 1898, the U.S. Navy, as the chairman mentioned it, used this post as a military post until 1921. It was then transferred to a private property and eventually acquired by the government of Puerto Rico in 1949. Today, this fort is the sole surviving site in Puerto Rico representing the 1797 Battle of San Juan, and it was listed individually in the National Register of Historic Places in 1983, and again in 1997 as a contributing resource of the Advanced Defense Line Historic District. Yet, despite the significance of this fort, preserving Fort San Jeronimo has been a challenging task due to the age, the weathering, and the limited resources. Over the last couple of years, entities like the Institute of Puerto Rican Culture and non-for-profit organizations like Amigos del Fortín San Jerónimo have taken important steps to rehabilitate and protect the site, but it's clear that more can be done. In 2020, the National Park System Service released a study that found that Fort San Jeronimo is a nationally significant and met the suitability criteria, and that there was strong local support for the agency to become involved in this site's interpretation and preservation. The study concluded that there was a potential for the fort to be considered as an affiliated area of the National Park System. This bill, H.R. 359, will achieve just that, designating Fort San Jeronimo as the first affiliated area in Puerto Rico. With that, the National Park Service will be authorized to enter into cooperative agreements with the Institute of Puerto Rican Culture to provide technical and financial assistance for the fort's preservation. This will support and strengthen ongoing efforts to rehabilitate the site without placing it under federal ownership. Affiliated area designation will also bring national recognition to Fort San Jeronimo's role in our military history. It will help us better interpret and tell the full story of San Juan National Historic Site, and that the oldest and largest Spanish fortification in the United States. I want to thank Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva for their support, and I look forward for continuing working together to get this legislation across the finish line and to help protect Fort San Jeronimo for the future generations. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and just to urge support of the legislation and yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, stated, this is a common sense bill that will improve the conservation and protection of a key historical site. It does so while avoiding unnecessary federal involvement. I thank the gentlelady again for her leadership on this effort. I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 359? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2717 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 216, H.R. 2717, a bill to authorize the National Medal of Honor Museum Foundation to establish a commemorative work on the National Mall to honor the extraordinary acts of valor, selfless service, and sacrifice displayed by Medal of Honor recipients.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2717 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Now yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday, again, is Veterans Day. There is perhaps no greater way to celebrate this day than passing H.R. 2717, which seeks to honor the valor and sacrifice of some of our nation's bravest heroes, Medal of Honor recipients. 160 years ago, President Abraham Lincoln awarded the first Medal of Honor in the midst of the Civil War. It is our nation's highest honor awarded to members of the armed forces and is bestowed sparingly to only those who have demonstrated the highest acts of valor. Less than 100 Medal of Honor recipients are alive today out of the more than 3,500 medals that have been awarded. As the highest and most prestigious military decoration in the United States, it symbolizes exceptional acts of bravery, selfishness, and sacrifice beyond the call of duty. Through the recognition of these remarkable individuals, the Medal of Honor inspires a sense of national pride, honors the memory of fallen heroes, and motivates future generations to embody the values of courage and honor inspired by the Victorian Cross. The Medal of Honor continues to instill a profound sense of respect and gratitude for the sacrifices made in the defense of freedom and justice. Congressman Moore's bill, the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act, would ensure that the monument honoring these brave heroes can be placed on what is known as the Reserve, but is commonly referred to as the National Mall here in Washington, D.C. A monument honoring our most exceptional citizens should be reflected in the location of the memorial. Millions of Americans and visitors from across the world travel every year to our nation's capital to learn about the history of our great nation. According to the National Park Service data, the National Mall receives upwards of 25 million visitors each year. The monuments and memorials located on the National Mall are the centerpiece of this history, and it is appropriate to include a new monument honoring veterans who have displayed the most courageous acts of valor recognized by our country. In my home state of Arkansas, our state capitol also has a memorial dedicated to Medal of Honor recipients on its grounds. I hope this monument in D.C., like the one in Arkansas, can inspire reflection, patriotism, and gratitude for our nation's military heroes. Earlier this year, the Committee on Natural Resources had the privilege of hearing from one of the 65 living Medal of Honor recipients. Master Chief Special Warfare Operator Britt Sablinski, in his inspiring testimony, reminded us that the Medal of Honor serves to represent those willing to go above and beyond in any circumstance, no matter how small. This monument will serve as an everlasting reminder of the greatness of this country and the difference that one single person can make. The legislation before us today, H.R. 2717, would authorize the location of the National Medal of Honor Memorial in a prominent location on the National Mall, with the intent to keep it near the Lincoln Memorial, as President Lincoln was the first to ever give out this special award. I was proud to support the original legislation authorizing this memorial, and am proud to be supporting the subsequent legislation today. I'd like to note that this bill has been named after Herschel Woody Williams, who sadly passed away last year. He was known for his extraordinary heroism in the pivotal Battle of Iwo Jima during the Second World War. At the young age of 21, he single-handedly cleared a path for American troops against Japanese forces in an act of extraordinary bravery. This is a touching tribute in his honor. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank Congressman Moore for his leadership, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 2717, the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act, introduced by our colleague from Utah, Representative Blake Moore. This legislation would authorize the construction of a Medal of Honor memorial in the National Mall. The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration awarded to individuals whose extraordinary acts of valor, selfless service, and sacrifice exceed the call of duty. This memorial will honor over 33,500 Medal of Honor recipients from Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Coast Guard, ensuring that their courage, their sacrifice, their patriotism, their citizenship, their integrity, and their commitment to preserving this great democracy of ours is preserved for generations to come. I thank Representative Moore and co-sponsor Representative Mark Vesey for their leadership on this legislation, and urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2717, the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act, and I thank the chairman and the ranking member for their leadership in prioritizing this important piece of legislation. Woody Williams was born on a West Virginia dairy farm in 1923 and was first drawn to the Marine Corps by their trademark uniforms. At 5'6", Williams was made unable to enlist in the Marines due to height restrictions. After that regulation was changed in 1943, Woody enlisted and was in the Pacific Theater in less than 90 days. On February 21st, 1945, then Corporal Williams landed on the beach at Iwo Jima, where he distinguished himself by repeatedly risking the threat of enemy fire and bayonet charges over several hours, while single-handedly destroying enemy pillboxes or concrete trenches to make way for American tanks and infantry. His gallant actions took place on the same day as the famous flag raising on Mount Suribachi, which he witnessed from about 1,000 yards away. After returning home, President Harry Truman awarded Corporal Herschel Williams the Medal of Honor, our nation's highest recognition for valor in combat. He recognized his aggressive fighting spirit and valiant devotion to duty through this fiercely contested action, sustaining and enhancing the highest traditions of the United States Naval Service. Following his distinguished Marine career, Williams continued to serve others in many capacities. And some of my colleagues may remember last summer when Herschel Williams lay in state at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda as the last World War II Medal of Honor recipient to pass away. Since its inception by President Lincoln in 1862, 3,517 brave soldiers have received the nation's highest honor for going above and beyond the call of duty and risking life and limb in selfless service to their countrymen. This elite class represents less than 0.001% of the 40 million brave sons and daughters who have served in the armed forces since the American Civil War. While a permanent memorial for Medal of Honor recipients has been discussed for years, it was not until 2021 when President Biden signed a bill that Congressman Vesey, my colleague, and I introduced to authorize the creation of a new monument to honor those who have been awarded the Medal of Honor. Today, we continue this work to authorize the creation of this monument in the Reserve, also known as the Great Cross Axis of the National Mall. The monument will stand as a testament to those who protect our nation's values, such as the nearly half dozen from my home state of Utah. We envision it as an educational platform for future generations to learn about what has been required to maintain our republic. And by siting this monument near the Lincoln Memorial, we can pay the fitting tribute to the president who established the award and embodies its principles. Our work to form a more perfect union is unending, and I find it fitting that a monument honoring our nation's greatest heroes will be visible from the memorial honoring one of our greatest martyrs. Today, our nation finds itself sharply divided along partisan lines. This monument will remind our great nation that there are far more that unites us than divides us. It is my hope that constructing this monument in its rightful place will inspire all Americans and allow us to pay our respects to learn from these individuals and these families who, in Lincoln's words, have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2717, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, the co-lead of the legislation, Representative Vesey.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to urge the passage of the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act. This Medal of Honor is the Medal of Honor is our nation's highest military decoration that is awarded to U.S. service members who have distinguished themselves with extraordinary acts of valor and sacrifice that far exceed the call of duty. Texas, my home state, is home to over 70 Valiant Medal of Honor recipients, and we also have over 1 million veterans, both veterans and active duty military that like to call the Lone Star State their home. That is why I teamed up with my good friend Blake Moore again to lead the passage of this act. Last year we had the opportunity to work on a designation for a National Medal of Honor Museum being built in Arlington, Texas. That was in my district at the time. And this bill is going to be amazing as it authorizes a monument right here in Washington, D.C. For Medal of Honor recipients' families, their friends, their loved ones, and people that want to learn more about the history of the Medal of Honor to be able to come to D.C. And see why it's important that we create this lasting impact to the recipients of this highest award. Today's bill, the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act, is a continuation of the efforts that we worked on last year and will position this monument where it rightfully belongs near the Lincoln Memorial honoring President Lincoln, who was awarded one of the first Medals of Honor in 1863. I want to end today by thanking Congressman Moore for continuing to work with me on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this new bill that commemorates the bravery, service, and sacrifice of more than 3,500, Mr. Speaker, Medal of Honor recipients that have lived across our communities here in the USA. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman.
Speaker.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves.
Continues to reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady from West Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act, which would locate the new National Medal of Honor monument near the Lincoln Memorial on the National Mall here in Washington, D.C. Woody was an American hero from my home state of West Virginia. When he passed away last year, we paid tribute to him as he was laid in honor in the rotunda of the United States Capitol. It was his dream to honor the final Medal of Honor recipient in our Capitol, never dreaming that it would have been himself. Woody was a country boy. He grew up hunting. He tried to enlist at the age of 16, and he wasn't very tall, and he wasn't allowed in then, but he made it in at 17 years old and really epitomizes that greatest generation. But growing up as a hunting boy on a farm, he was a really good shot. And he loved his country more than anything, and he would do anything possible to defend it. So he did. He was awarded the Medal of Honor in 1945 for his courage in the Battle of Iwo Jima, where he single-handedly, he was the guy that made the shot, that fought the Japanese with the flamethrowers, clearing the path for more American troops. Marines raised the American flag on Mount Suribachi, if you all just visualize that picture, because we've all seen it. And that very day, resulting in the iconic photo that showed that America was winning the war in the Pacific. Woody was not just a constituent and a hero, he was a friend. I served with him for years in Rotary, right there in Little Milton, West Virginia. His legacy of service, dedication, and patriotism will live through the countless lives that he touched. His impact on our West Virginia community cannot be overstated, as his service to our veterans has continued and continued long after his career in the Marine Corps. With Veterans Day on Friday, this bill couldn't be more timely to honor our servicemen and women who are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. This monument pays tribute to the recipients of America's highest military honor.
Time has expired.
Another 30 seconds.
Thank you. The highest military honor for valor in combat, and will remind future generations of the values that shaped and preserved our great nation. I urge every Republican and Democrat in the House and Senate to vote for this bill. I thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman is prepared to close. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prepared to close. And let me just comment on all the commentary from our colleagues, from the sponsors of the legislation, Mr. Westerman, that outlined the importance of the legislation and the memorial. You know, there's a community, a border community in my district, Douglas, and very prominent in their plaza is a memorial to all the men and women that have died in combat from that region, from the community of Douglas and from the county of Cochise. And I was talking to one of the VFW commanders on that visit, and he said, in this plaque, in this piece of granite, we have every ethnicity, every creed, and representing histories and cultures different. And goes, and they all bled, and some died together in defense of this country. And I think this memorial will go a long ways to say if that kind of a sacrifice and that kind of a unity is possible under the most extreme of circumstances, that certainly being able to live in some sense of unity should be an ongoing goal. And I think that'll be part of what this memorial will mean to people. And I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank Ranking Member Grijalva and all the co-sponsors of this bill and the great bipartisan work that's gone into making this happen. What a fitting tribute to Mr. Williams to name this bill after him. But I think back about a CODEL we made this past summer down to the country of Palau, and we went out to a small island called Peleliu, where one of the most bitter battles of World War II was fought. And on that small island, and really in a very hard place to get to, there stands a small monument to commemorate 8 U.S. service members who received the Medal of Honor in one battle. Now, as we were there, I thought not many Americans are ever going to get to see this small monument, and it made me realize how important it is that we do this monument here in Washington, D.C., to recognize not just Mr. Williams, but all those who have served, to honor their memory, to remember their legacy, and to stand unwavering in our commitment to upholding the principles for which they fought so valiantly. I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2717 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present, and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1318.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 217, H.R. 1318. A bill to authorize the location of a monument on the National Mall to commemorate and honor the women's suffrage movement and the passage of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1318, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 175th anniversary of the beginning of the women's suffrage movement in 1848. For the first 144 years of our nation's history, women were not afforded the right to vote. During the 19th century, the women's suffrage movement emerged with the goal of securing this important constitutional right for women across the nation. It took years of hard work and dedication. Securing this important change took over 40 years to accomplish. Finally, in 1920, the 19th Amendment was formally ratified, and women were finally given the right to vote in our nation's elections. Now, 175 years after this important movement began, we are coming to the House floor to ensure that the monument honoring this movement is placed in the most prominent location in our nation's capital, on the National Mall. I think it's significant to note that out of the 40 monuments and memorials on the reserve, 0 are dedicated to women's history. The Women's Suffrage National Monument would be the first. That's why I support H.R. 1318, the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act. This is a worthy cause and will enhance the interpretation of the National Mall, which is visited by millions of Americans annually. This monument, which was originally authorized by legislation signed by President Trump in 2020, would not use any federal funds. In fact, the foundation supporting the monument even has plans to address the multi-million-dollar deferred maintenance backlog in Constitution Gardens, the preferred location of the women's suffrage movement. This is a true win-win and a great model for our future commemorative works. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my disappointment with the Biden administration, which testified against this legislation earlier this year. The administration argued that the National Mall is already complete and there would be no space for this monument. I find this hard to believe, considering that the preferred location for this monument is currently occupied by food trucks. This is a good bipartisan and bicameral bill, and I'd like to thank Representative Lesko and Neguse for leading this effort. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again. I rise in support of H.R. 1318, the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act, introduced by my colleague from Colorado, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Federal Lands, Representative Joe Neguse. This legislation authorizes a commemorative work on the National Mall to recognize the tireless work of suffragists who fought to secure women the right to vote. While there may be some hesitation regarding the authorization of new memorials in the reserve of the National Mall, I cannot think of a better addition to the reserve than this particular monument. Over 100 years ago, Congress passed the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. Yet today, not one monument or memorial on the National Mall is dedicated to the American women's history. As our nation's capital sees more than 25 million visitors annually, it's only fitting that we pass this legislation to ensure that we honor and recognize the women who championed these efforts and inspire future generations of strong women leaders. I want to thank Representative Neguse for his leadership on this effort and all the women who have brought this issue before us today and for their continuing advocacy. The Women's Suffrage National Monument will serve not only as a reminder of our nation's history, but also as a hope to continue to shape the nation for a better future. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Westerman, for allowing me. I rise in support of the bipartisan H.R. 1318, the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act, which I'm an original co-sponsor of. And I need to say, first of all, thank you to my colleagues, Representative Neguse and Debbie Lesko, for presenting this legislation that will rightfully allow for Women's Suffrage National Monument to be placed on the National Mall. In 1919, Congress passed and a year later ratified the 19th Amendment, guaranteeing women's right to vote. At the time, only one woman has served in Congress, Jeanette Rankin from Montana in 1916. Today, I'm proud to be one of the 154 women serving in Congress, the highest number in history of our nation. Women continue to rise across all levels of government, in the military and in the private sector. And although we still have more work to do, it is crucial that we celebrate what we have accomplished in the past 104 years, while teaching and inspiring young generations about the role of women in democracy. Women have cherished their right to vote, and report after report showcase female voters have exceeded the number of male voters in elections nationwide. With this monument, we honor the suffragists who paved the way that allows women from all walks of life to take part in this democratic process, and that also allows me to stand here as the first woman elected to represent Puerto Rico in Congress. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1318 and allow this part of America's story to be told. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, the sponsor of this bipartisan legislation, Representative Joe Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first say thank you to my colleague from Puerto Rico. And I want to say thank you to the chairman and to the ranking member for their support, their partnership, their leadership in helping facilitate this bill and its journey to the House floor today. And I think for eloquently articulating the reasons why I'm such a strong supporter of this legislation and why I decided to introduce it with a broad coalition of lawmakers. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also say a word of gratitude to them, to Representative Debbie Lesko, who's been my partner on this bill, as well as Senators Baldwin, Blackburn, and Bennett, who are leading the bicameral legislation in the Senate, the companion bill. This bill, as you've heard, Mr. Speaker, is a simple bill, but a profoundly important bill. It is bipartisan, and it is bicameral. Now, by way of background, and as the chairman articulated, I was proud to work on legislation in the 116th Congress that authorized the construction of the Women's Suffrage National Monument on federal lands here in Washington, D.C. We secured the first outdoor statue in honor of the brave women behind the women's suffrage movement, a monument that will honor the contributions made by a diverse group of women to the fight for women's suffrage. This bipartisan legislation passed both chambers. It was signed into law, and the effort, Mr. Speaker, has been locally led from the start, driven by constituents in my congressional district back home in Colorado, and in my view, a prime example of what we can accomplish when we display and demonstrate Colorado's ingenuity and passion and put it to good work. In the years since, the sponsors of the monument have been hard at work to determine the best location for it to be placed within Washington, D.C. And as the chairman stated, the decision was that this monument, that women's history, deserves to have a place in our National Mall. And right now, as the chairman articulated, of the 40 monuments on the National Mall, there are none dedicated and committed to women's history. This proposed placement has broad support, including from all of our nation's living First Ladies who serve as honorary chairs of the Women's Suffrage National Monument Foundation. But placing a monument, as you know, Mr. Speaker, specifically on our National Mall, does require an additional act of Congress, which is the legislation before us today. So this legislation simply allows the monument to be placed on the reserve area of the National Mall. As the chairman articulated, it will be privately funded, will not cost the federal government a dime. I might just add on a more personal note, like many of my colleagues, I'm a father. I have a daughter, a 5-year-old daughter, and a 5-month-old son. My daughter, Natalie, joined me. Her first trip to Washington, D.C. Was when she was just a few months old, when she joined me here on the floor in January of 2019 when I was sworn into office here for the first time. And I simply cannot wait for her to one day be able to come to Washington, D.C. and to see women's history reflected in the monuments and the memorials that are at the core of our nation's capital. Not just her, but of course, all children, all Americans, to be able to come and see that firsthand. This bill is an important step to doing just that. So I'm hopeful that we will earn the support of our colleagues across both sides of the aisle. I think this bill is an important step in making our National Mall representative of American history, honoring the legacy of the women who fought for their rights all these years ago. I would urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I just in closing and yielding back the balance of our time, let me just say that the comments by Representative Neguse and Chairman Westerman were appropriate. This is a link to the history and of this nation that needs to be acknowledged and needs to be there for the rest of America to see, appreciate, and understand. And women's history, their struggle for political representation and equality in that field and in other fields is ongoing. And I think this is an important memorial. The other issue is that I think a stark reminder for all of us that you cannot erase history, that you cannot change it in the sense that you by ignoring it or avoiding it. And I hope that after we take action on this legislation that we seek a way to revitalize the Latino Museum that has already been approved and whose funding has been held, whose funding was eliminated in the appropriations bill for Interior. With that, let me yield back the balance of my time and close.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank Representative Lesko, Representative Neguse, and all the members in the House who've come together to support this bill. Thank my colleague, Ranking Member Grijalva, for his support and for working together on this, and also to the Senate for the bipartisan support over there. It's bipartisan support because it's a good bill that will provide a place of prominence on our National Mall for the Women's Suffrage Monument. it will forever enshrine the dedication and sacrifice of countless women who work towards the goal of women's suffrage. For those reasons, I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1318? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4820, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand before you as we consider the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and related agencies.
The gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 8 declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4820. The chair appoints the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4820, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to stand before you today as we consider the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and related agencies bill for fiscal year 2024. I'm glad that we're back at work making appropriations, moving appropriations bills through the House floor under our new Speaker. We're continuing to fulfill our constitutional duties. I would like to thank Chairman Granger, Ranking Member DeLauro, and my partner on this bill, Ranking Member Mike Quigley. This bill responsibly funds our most critical transportation and housing needs and will have a positive impact on every congressional district in the country. At the same time, the bill meets the challenge before us to reduce spending and get our debt under control. The bill reduces spending 25% below fiscal year 2023 levels with a CBO score of $65 billion. We achieved these savings through a rescission of IRS funds and by reducing billions in excessive spending. To really compare the bill to last year, we need to be honest about what the fiscal year 2023 bill actually contained. First, I'd like to point out that last year, my Democratic friends labeled an extra $3.6 billion as emergency funding. We do not repeat that mistake this year. Second, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development bill uses receipts from HUD-backed mortgages and refinancing to offset spending. In fiscal year 2023, this provided $10 billion to offset spending. For fiscal year 2024, that receipt number is down over 70%. Why? Few people want to refinance at an 8% interest rate. So the real level of spending in the THUD bill was $101 billion in 2023 compared to $93 billion in the same bill before us today. This is a decrease of $8 billion, bringing a total slightly below the 2022 level. Every year, areas across government face unavoidable cost increases in some programs. I believe we need to be responsible when addressing these costs. This bill does just that by cutting excess, removing duplication, and even trimming some programs that are, quite frankly, popular on both sides of the aisle. But we also make some priorities. We also made sure to prioritize the core missions of DOT and HUD. We prioritize transportation safety on our railways, roads, and airways. I'm proud that we provide the resources for the Federal Aviation Administration to hire 1,800 new air traffic controllers to backfill the retiring workforce and deploy air traffic controllers to understaffed facilities. We also provide funding for the most critical air traffic control modernization programs. We all feel the impact of a strained air traffic control system. This bill will address some of those strains. These investments will generate economic growth and ensure uninterrupted air service, which is critical for rural and remote communities and metropolitan areas alike. This bill provides $60 billion for highways and bridges through the Highway Trust Fund. These resources are directly allocated to our state departments of transportation, enabling state and local governments to collaborate on the highest priority road projects. The bill prioritizes safety programs at the Department of Transportation to ensure that our roads and railways are safe for freight haulers and the traveling public. The bill supports the DOT's maritime mission with full funding for its national security programs. And we ensure that responsible safety net of housing support for our most vulnerable citizens, especially the elderly, the disabled, veterans, and the working poor. These programs are run at the local level through public housing authorities, private landlords, and faith-based organizations. The bill supports self-sufficiency programs so that families can move up and out of rental assistance. Our housing assistance program should be a hand up, not a handout. I've heard from members on both sides of the aisle about the importance of community development block grants, or CDBGs as they're known. So we provide the FY23 enacted level of $3.3 billion for this program. I'm proud of the work that we've done in this bill to meet our trust and treaty responsibilities to Native Americans. For years, HUD tribal programs have languished, their buying power eroded by inflation. At the same time, much of the housing on tribal lands has deteriorated to the point of being dangerous and uninhabitable. So we have increased the Indian Housing Block Grant Program to $1.1 billion, catching up to an inflation-adjusted 1998 level. While this does not make up for decades of underinvestment, it's at least a start. The bill also increases investments in historically underfunded tribal road programs. The bill includes provisions that will scale back the Biden administration's regulatory overreach. For example, we prohibit funds to implement the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule at HUD. This does nothing to impair HUD's enforcement of the Fair Housing Act, but it cuts red tape for public housing authorities and for other recipients of HUD funds. The bill also bars HUD from imposing new carbon emissions reduction targets for highway projects. This would be particularly burdensome for small and rural communities. In addition, the bill provides for funds, prohibits funds for drones subsidized by the Chinese government. This will safeguard our national security and create a fair playing field for American manufacturers. These are just a few of the policy provisions in the bill that will scale back the Biden administration's overreach. I'm pleased that we will consider several amendments that will do even more to keep a check on the excesses of the administration. I want to thank members of the House for their input on this bill. We received roughly 9,000 requests and were able to meet over 2/3 of them, including community project funding for transportation infrastructure and bricks and mortar community development projects. The alternative to passing this and other appropriations bills is a continuing resolution. Let me remind all members that a CR will serve no one well. This bill is an ideal example of why we must avoid putting government on autopilot. Under a CR, our air traffic control system would suffer delays because of staffing shortages. Housing assistance would be revoked from vulnerable Americans, and spending that is no longer needed from fiscal year 2023 would be carried forward for another year. We must avoid that outcome. In closing, I'm very pleased that we're moving forward, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the bill. As ranking member of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Subcommittee, I take pride in how the work of this subcommittee impacts the day-to-day lives of every person in our country. Whether it's working to improve morning commutes to work, to school, fighting against the emissions that come along with moving people and goods from one place to another, or ensuring every American has a safe and stable place to call home, this bill touches the life of every American. Yet this bill undercuts the fundamental values of the American people, and at the expense of the lowest income families. Rather than continuing investments to upgrade our outdated infrastructure, this bill would weaken the safety of our transportation workers and communities. Instead of reducing congestion on our roads, delays at our airports, and bottlenecks at train stations, this bill would make our daily commutes and travel times longer. When we should be investing more resources in safe, stable, affordable housing to help the millions of American families that are barely able to get by each month, this bill would eliminate the opportunity for 22,000 working families to secure an affordable mortgage or home to rent. All in all, this bill trades the basic needs of everyday Americans for the wants of the wealthiest. This message is made very clear when the bill cuts more than $7 billion for freight, rail, transit, and port infrastructure projects that span all 50 states and the District of Columbia, urban and rural. This includes a complete elimination of the Thriving Communities program, striking out any new funding for the popular and bipartisan RAISE and mega grant programs, gutting funding for light rail, subways, and bus projects by 82%, and slashing America's Northeast Corridor funding by 92%, crippling the entire national network from Florida to New York, Texas to California, and in my own district from Chicago to Arkansas, Montana, and all the way to the Pacific Northwest. This bill also eliminates more than $2 billion for housing development and community revitalization programs, based on merit and need, I might add, including pulling back $500 million intended to make housing safer for low-income children and families. A safe and stable roof over your child's head should not be a worry for working parents already struggling to make ends meet. Yet, if enacted into law, this bill would force millions of families, elderly and disabled, to make even more difficult decisions each day on whether to live in a home riddled with lead and mold. All the while, the bill eliminates $25 billion from the IRS for tax oversight for the wealthy, an agency that this bill does not even have jurisdiction over. Compounding these concerns are the several controversial policy riders that unnecessarily attack high-speed rail, roll back transportation safety, and call into question civil rights protections for most Americans. This bill does not represent what a majority of our constituents have called on us to do, and I fear we have yet to see what additional cuts may be taken within this bill to appease those members calling for draconian levels of spending on the backs of everyday Americans. As such, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully cannot support this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield to my good friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman from Oklahoma. I really appreciate the time here and your effort. So, one of the components in this legislation has to do with the California high-speed rail line, which was originally botted for $9.9 billion in 2008. A high-speed rail would run from San Francisco to Los Angeles, and the total cost was deemed to be around $33 billion were the projections that the voters of California were sold when this was placed on the ballot. They would fund $9.9 billion of it. The rest would come from private sector, seeing that it would be such a great investment and they would make a lot of money at that. And the completion date would be 2020. As I look at the calendar, we're already 3 years behind the 2020 date. As well, they've been looking for more money because they've fallen way short. The silence has been deafening from the private investors that have not come in on that because they know it's a money loser. So what do we have? Instead, California keeps coming begging to the federal government for more and more funds. It was able to scoop up about $3 billion soon after the Obama Stimulus Act. Remember that one back in 2009 for the shovel-ready projects? So they were able to scoop that up because the other states initially took that money and gave it back because they weren't going to make high-speed rail work in their states for anywhere near the right price. So here we are, at least 3 years after the initial date. Projections now are probably somewhere around 2035. They're just now chipping away at the Central Valley portion that would run from about Merced to Bakersfield and end in an almond orchard out there somewhere. So they're running out of funding, so they keep coming back to the federal government for more. They got $3 billion of ARRA funding back then, and they since have passed a carbon tax in California where they auction off carbon credit rights in order to prop this up even more. They're coming to us once again. They're $28 billion short of just fulfilling the Central Valley portion, not the whole $33 billion that voters were sold in many years ago. So it's going to be end up being about $128 billion at current projections. Folks, we have to stop throwing money down this rat hole. Yeah, they say, oh, it'll mean jobs. Initially, they tried to tell us it'd be 1 million jobs back when I was in the state legislature. They finally admitted after 3 years, they meant 1 million job years. So that means, I guess, 5,000 workers working for 20 years or something like that, or 200 years. Some crazy number would mean 1 million job years. So by the time you would actually take this rail, which is going to be electrified from San Jose down San Francisco to San Jose, you would have to switch trains. You may well have to switch trains around here somewhere too. So you could take Southwest from San Francisco to LA, be on the beach and already have a sunburn before you could actually get off the high-speed rail and go where you're going. And this is without being subsidized by the taxpayers for the ultra-expensive tickets this is going to be for the massive overrun in costs. So I appreciate my colleague, Chairman Cole, for including this language in the bill that would block $3 billion of new spending on this from federal taxpayers. Instead,
yield the gentleman an additional minute.
The gentleman's yielded 1 more minute.
Invest infrastructure money to build the water storage that would grow these crops that all Americans would utilize and enjoy that they already do. 90% are grown in California. Let's invest in good things instead of this dumb high-speed rail project, which is a rat hole, a boondoggle that will not pay off. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 8 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I want to say a thank you to Chairman Cole and to Ranking Member Quigley for your work on this bill. I would also like to thank the majority and minority staff, particularly Christina Monroe, Nora Fay, and Jackie Kilroy, for all of your hard work. Americans deserve the safest, most advanced systems in the world across all forms of transportation. Yet, we have seen our transportation systems fail to meet the needs of the American people. Between air traffic control interruptions, catastrophic train derailments, highways collapsing, record pedestrian fatalities, we should be increasing investments to strengthen our transportation system, to keep people safe, and not be retreating from our transportation future. Furthermore, every community is affected by the lack of affordable housing. There is a shortage of 7.3 million affordable homes nationwide, and yet this bill fails to meet the housing needs of a growing and of an aging population. This bill will make everything from commuting to shipping goods slower, more difficult, and more expensive for Americans. This bill guts rail investments, including a 64% reduction for Amtrak, resulting in service eliminations, delays to station improvements, and furloughs to its workforce, which will impact 20 million riders. The brunt of this cut is borne by the Northeast Corridor, from $1.3 billion to $99 million, or a 92% cut. Northeast Corridor rail service is the lifeblood of $5.8 trillion in economic region that spans 12 states from Virginia to Maine. Business travelers and commuters, myself included, rely on this service to make our economy grow. Thousands across the region are employed directly or indirectly by rail service and the commerce that it drives. And you know, we are not just talking about how people get to and from New York City or how we get to Washington, D.C. There are 7 million jobs within a 5-mile radius of a Northeast Corridor station. Communities of every size line the route, from rural towns to suburbs or urban destinations, and those communities who rely heavily on rail travel for connectivity and for commerce. This includes communities like Aberdeen, Maryland, and Roanoke and Lynchburg, Virginia, that have stops on the Northeast Regional Service. Communities like Huntsville and Greensburg, Pennsylvania, which are connected to the Northeast Corridor by intercity routes that would also see drastic cuts. And even beyond the Northeast, at these proposed levels, Amtrak anticipates nearly all long-distance and state-supported service would be impacted on national network routes. Services would be at risk across the country. On the Heartland Flyer in Oklahoma, the Civil Service to South Florida, the Texas Eagle from Chicago to Arkansas and Texas, and the Empire Builder from Chicago to Montana to the Pacific Northwest. 13 of our colleagues in the majority supported the bipartisan infrastructure law. And even if they did not, they have not missed the ribbon cuttings. Yet, that law was never intended to replace annual appropriations. We cannot make that law's historic investments while gutting the annual appropriations that close the funding gap on complex and costly projects. In parallel with setting our transportation infrastructure back decades, the majority sets investments in housing back as well. This bill fails to protect housing for seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, working families, and it fails to improve the safety of those in low-income housing. Gutting the home program, the sole federal program dedicated to affordable housing construction, by 67%, will further squeeze the housing supply. This would result in nearly 17,000 fewer affordable homes built or rehabilitated this year, and rental assistance for 5,000 fewer people. And the bill puts children and families at risk by cutting $564 million for health hazard remediations in low-income housing, including lead-based paint hazards, jeopardizing the safety of our most vulnerable populations. In Flint, Michigan, thousands of children were exposed to lead-poisoned water for more than a year as a direct result of chronic underfunding of the EPA and over-reliance on state management of federal environmental law. We cannot repeat these costly mistakes. To be clear, there is no amount of safe lead exposure. In children exposed to lead, you can expect to see delayed or stunted growth, learning difficulties, behavioral problems, hearing and speech deficiencies, and failing to adequately address this issue will have dire long-term effects on our children's health and our nation's future. Our children deserve better. We must be honest about why we have a Fair Housing Act. To begin with, the U.S. government was an active participant in creating the racial segregation we still see today. Black majority neighborhoods were bulldozed to create urban freeways. Racial covenants, redlining, and restrictive zoning were not just the norm, they were frequently required by federal housing programs. It took the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. and President Lyndon B. Johnson's urging to push this body to pass the Civil Rights Act, of which the Fair Housing Act was included as Title VIII. 161 Republicans, 166 Democrats voted for this landmark legislation because members of both parties understood the deep-rooted problems in this country, and they decided to meet that challenge. I worry that we no longer have two parties who are willing to meet today's challenges. This bill would cripple our economy, eliminate thousands of jobs, and I must underscore that this is no messaging bill. I am taking Republicans at their word, as should all of the American people. This is where they plan to take this country. I must address the unforgivable manner in which community project funds were handled in the markup of this bill. Out of thousands of projects that adhered to published criteria, the majority cut funding for 3 solely because of their association with LGBTQ+ causes. This is truly despicable, and it sends the message that some of the American people are not worthy of humanity or dignity because of who they love. With unthinkable cuts to transportation and housing and indefensible riders, I must vote against this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. It will take bipartisan, bicameral support to get the 2024 Transportation Housing Bill signed into law. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, end this partisan charade. Join Democrats at the negotiating table. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The committee as a whole will rise informally for a message from the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. No, wait and listen.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-1648, an act to facilitate access to the electromagnetic spectrum for commercial space launches and commercial space reentries and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The committee will resume its sitting.
Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. While I recognize the concerns of my good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, I think you need to put some of them in a little bit of context, particularly the subject of the Amtrak Northeast Corridor. While I recognize there's always a desire for greater support for the Northeast Corridor, I believe our bill strikes a necessary balance given the allocation we have for the year. I'd also like to note that we're having just as many members who believe we're spending too much as who think we're spending too little. Our $99.2 million appropriation supports the contingencies and legally mandated improvements to the Northeast Corridor. And I recognize while this level is certainly lower than last year, we must make 3 major points and take them into account. First, prior to the passage of the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, the Northeast Corridor normally received about $650 to $700 million for capital improvements on an annual basis. This was at a time when Amtrak was nearly profitable. Today's ridership levels are still not back to where they were then, and the changing work patterns indicate that they may never return to those same levels. The IIJA provides $1.2 billion in addition to what we appropriate in this bill annually in advanced appropriations to the Northeast Corridor for capital improvements. So when you combine our appropriation with the advance, the total support for the Northeast Corridor is still double what it was prior to November of 2021. Double. Further, Mr. Chairman, Two-thirds of the Federal Rail Administration's Federal-State Partnership Program advanced appropriations are set aside for projects in the Northeast Corridor. And we're also seeing these we're also beginning to see these dollars flow. This week, the FRA announced $16.4 billion in funding to projects along the Northeast Corridor, with $16.2 billion of those going to projects where Amtrak is the sponsor or one of the core beneficiaries of the project. Clearly, the IIJA advanced appropriations are providing an amount of funding higher than Amtrak has ever seen in the past, particularly given the fact that their ridership's at a lower level. Now, the thing that my colleagues never address is we're running a $2 trillion deficit. These programs are significantly above what Amtrak, particularly the Northeast Corridor, was receiving less than 2 years ago. So, again, we regret we have to make some adjustment, but we need to begin to bring this deficit down. This legislation responsibly does that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Congressman Quigley, for your leadership on the Subcommittee of Appropriations for THUD. Thank you so very much. Before I start on my remarks, let me just remind everyone that my friend on the opposite side of the aisle, Mr. Coe, voted against the infrastructure bill. I just want everybody to know that. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4820, which is among the worst, if not the worst, housing appropriations bills that has ever come to the House floor. This bill would exacerbate the affordable housing crisis by slashing the federal housing budget by nearly 30%. What's more concerning is the human cost of such draconian cuts. Specifically, these cuts would result in at least 15,000 families losing rental assistance, 20,000 affordable homes lost from the supply pipeline, and 78,000 children put at risk of in-home lead hazards. Mr. Speaker, our children, families, and communities cannot afford such devastating costs. And if we want to talk about dollars, research shows that cutting funding for homelessness and lead abatement costs taxpayers more due to increased costs of our health care, education, and criminal justice systems. Further, housing is a primary driver of inflation. This bill will only cause housing costs and inflation to rise even more. It is unconscionable that as we enter the colder holiday season, Republicans would rather evict families that simply fund housing programs at the levels needed to support current families receiving assistance. Indeed, 600,000 people are already homeless in the United States. Home prices have skyrocketed by 45% since 2020. Over 35 million people experienced rent hikes in the last year, and an alarming 4 million households are now on the brink of eviction or foreclosure. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose, and I would like to just continue by saying the Trump tax cuts for the rich cost $4 trillion. They're conservative when they want to be, but when we are needing housing opportunities for the least of these in this country, they cannot afford to be charitable and take care of the people of this country who need safe and secure housing. I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman reserves from Illinois. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. My friend's certainly correct. I voted against the IIJ Act, and I did so for a very good reason. It didn't pay for itself. There had been 3 previous transportation bills in my time here, 2 under President Obama. I voted for those because they paid for themselves. Now, my friends worry about rising costs. They should worry about rising costs. It's their reckless spending that sparked the worst inflation in 40 years and the highest interest rates in 20 years. So when you're concerned about housing costs, just look in the mirror. And that's not just me saying that. Go back and look at all the Democratic economists that criticized the passage of the so-called American Rescue Plan, where my friends injected $1.9 trillion into the economy at a time when we were growing at over 6% and rapidly recovering. So we do have problems with what it costs. Nobody in my lifetime, in my son's lifetime, he's 41 years old, ever paid 8% interest rates. But my friends got us there. Didn't take them long to do it either. And the record deficits that we're running are why we're having to make some of these reductions. The income to the federal government is actually higher than it's been in quite some time. It's higher on a percentage basis, it's higher in actual totals. But you can't continue to spend at these rates. And that's what caused inflation. That's what drove up housing prices. That's why we're passing this legislation, to try and begin to responsibly fund important programs as opposed to just throw money at problems and leave the American people to deal with the bill in terms of higher costs, higher inflation, more expensive housing. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from Illinois for the opportunity to discuss a very, very important issue. I rise today to oppose the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and Related Agencies Appropriation Act of 2024. Today is a monumental day for transportation in America. It is the day the Biden administration announced billions of dollars in funding for much-needed transportation projects, and the day that the Republicans brought this bill to the floor to cut funding designated to make transportation in this country safer. The differences are severe. The Biden administration is building and repairing bridges and subway tunnels to make American transportation more efficient. Republicans seem to want to make it more dangerous. Here are a few of the drastic cuts Republicans want to enact. They want to cut $7 billion in funding from the Department of Transportation. They want to eliminate the federal-state partnership for intercity passenger rail. This program funds projects to improve rail performance and to expand into underserved communities. They want to cut Amtrak funding by 65% and cut 92% in the most populous Northeast corridor. In addition, they want to cut funding for consolidated rail infrastructure and safety improvement grants programs in half. This program funds rail safety technology and eliminates deadly railroad crossings and installs safety fencing around the nation's rail network. It will save lives across the country, but Republicans want to cut it anyway. In the process, they are showing the American people they do not care about their safety nor their transportation system, and with that, I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this legislation for the draconian cuts and dangerous provisions included in it, but also for the critical funding priorities that were excluded. With this appropriations bill, Republicans callously stripped community project funding for the Pride, an affordable LGBTQ+ senior housing development in the Massachusetts 7th. It would seem with my colleagues across the aisle that the word freedom is selectively applied. It does not apply to my bodily autonomy. It is not applied to intellectual freedom for women, African Americans, or LGBTQ siblings when it comes to our books. And it does not apply to the freedom to love who you love. This project satisfies the committee's requirements and would meet a critical need in my district at a time when mortgages are skyrocketing and 1/3 of LGBTQ seniors are living in poverty, and many are forced to recloset themselves in order to age in community in their twilight years. Unconscionable. Republicans are choosing homophobia over housing, profits over people, cruelty over compassion. Their actions to target, attack, and dehumanize our LGBTQ siblings are nothing more than a show of contempt. While the Pride has a pathway for other federal funding, this act of policy violence contributes to the physical violence that far too many LGBTQ folks experience. As the vice chair of the Task Force on Aging and Housing, I want my LGBTQ constituents and siblings in the movement to know you deserve safe and affordable housing. You deserve to be seen and loved, and I will never stop fighting for you.
Mr. Chairman, I yield such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I think we need to make clear at this point in time that the infrastructure law, that supplemental funding cannot be used to run and operate trains. This means these resources have nothing, they can do nothing to protect current train service or the jobs that keep our trains running smoothly. And in addition, the Northeast Corridor Commission estimates $57 billion cost to address major and basic infrastructure along Amtrak's 100-year-old Northeast Corridor, with an additional $43 billion cost for stations-related improvements to increase accessibility for riders. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close.
I'm certainly prepared to close as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Very good. First, I want to thank Chairman Cole for his leadership and his willingness to accommodate as many requests as possible. He has been an honest broker on this and kept the lines of communication open, which goes a long way in this environment. I also want to give my appreciation to his staff and mine who have spent tireless hours to get us to this moment. I look forward to working with the chairman as we refine this process for fiscal year 25. This includes minority staff, Christina Monroe, Jackie Kilroy, and Nora Fay, and Charlie from my office, and Doug Disrude with the majority and his staff. So beyond what has been said before, this is a bad bill at a bad time, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by reciprocating my working partner, Mr. Quigley's very kind remarks. I find him to be a person of extraordinary ability, a wonderful working partner, and somebody that I look forward to continuing the dialogue with as we go through the process. As my friend knows, we're not at the end of that process. Our aim is to pass a vehicle and be able to go to conference, where I know my friend and I will continue to work on some of the concerns that, frankly, people on both sides of the aisle have. I think that's the way we ought to work, and I'm very proud of the relationship that we have that will allow that to continue. I will, however, point out that we have several problems. And again, the reality is our funding levels are actually essentially where we were in 2022. This is 2023, so we've not gone a long way past them. Second, there is an enormous amount of money that has been interjected into the infrastructure bill by the Infrastructure Investments and Job Act, and that money needs to be offset in some ways to bring down this extraordinary deficit that we have. My friends are concerned, appropriately so, about the costs of things. Those costs have been raised mostly by excessive government spending. The worst thing that we have out there right now is simply what interest rates are compared to what they were literally when the president walked into office. They were 1.4%. They peaked at 9%. They're still running somewhere around 4%. If you don't think it makes a difference, go try and buy a home. And so you have to begin to responsibly restrain government spending. This bill does that. It takes us from $101 billion in total spending to 93. That's a significant cut. That's exactly where we were in 2022, not very long ago. Now, we will continue to work and try and find common ground with our friends, because I recognize, as I know my friend does, at the end of the day, all appropriations bills have to be bipartisan. But they're usually not bipartisan at this stage in the process, and I'm not surprised that that's where we are right now. So we think there's a lot of good features in this. We think, quite frankly, tribal housing and tribal roads have been underfunded for decades. Didn't matter who was in power. This bill begins to address that. We think we have critical needs at the FAA, where we need to reach or to train more air traffic controllers, to modernize the system. This bill does that. It matches up pretty closely to what this Congress actually passed when it passed the FAA Reauthorization Act earlier this year. We think there's lots of infrastructure in this bill. Would we like more? Yes, we would, and maybe we'll be able to get more. But right now, we have to operate within the allocation that we have. So I think we have more in common to work with here than probably the initial debate and the early rhetoric suggests. And I'll just close by saying my friend has my commitment that I'll continue to work with him. I share his admiration for the staff on both sides of the aisle. Sometimes I often like to say the members may not work together very well, but staff almost always does around here. And at the end of the day, more problems are solved at that level sometimes than they're solved by the rhetoric on the floor. So my friend and I hope we get to a deal, because I know we have one thing above all in common. We both know what a continuing resolution would mean. We both know that's a bad outcome. If that happens, we will lose the improvements in this bill, particularly for FAA, but for other areas as well. So my friend has my commitment. We'll continue to work together. We may not get to the same place in the debate over this particular piece of legislation, but if we're going to have something that actually becomes law, he and I will have to come to agreement. And at some point, I'm confident that we will. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. The time for general debate has concluded. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4820, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration of H.R. 4820 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Consider here. Sorry, that one got left up here. You're like, that sounds familiar.
Thank you. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows: House Resolution 846, censuring Representative Brian Mast.
Under Rule 9, a resolution.
Whereas Representative Brian Mast served honorably in the United States Army with distinct sacrifice, dedication, and bravery. Whereas Representative Brian Mast has repeatedly made inflammatory statements regarding innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza who are in harm's way through no fault of their own as a result of horrific terrorist attacks conducted by Hamas on October 7, 2023. Whereas Representative Brian Mast's refusal to distinguish innocent Palestinians from Hamas terrorists is false, misleading, dehumanizing, dangerous, and unbecoming of a member of Congress. Whereas on October 19, 2023, during a House Foreign Affairs Committee markup, Representative Brian Mast emphatically asserted that any urgently needed humanitarian aid for innocent Palestinian civilians who are in harm's way through no fault of their own should, quote, be slowed down, and that there should be, quote, every effort made to slow down any perceived assistance. Whereas on October 19, 2023, during the same House Foreign Affairs Committee markup, Representative Brian Mast stated that terrorism is, and I quote, absolutely supported by the Palestinian people from elementary school all the way up into the elderly. Whereas on November 1st, 2023, during a speech on the House floor, Representative Brian Mast inexcusably.
The House will be in order. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Whereas on November 1st, 2023, during a speech on the House floor, Representative Brian Mast inexcusably compared innocent Palestinian civilians, including children, who are often used as human shields by Hamas terrorists, to Nazi collaborators that perpetrated the Holocaust against the Jewish people. Whereas the horrific crime against humanity perpetrated by Nazis that resulted in the murder of more than 6 million Jews during the Holocaust should never be trivialized. Whereas on November 1st, 2023, during a speech on the House floor, Representative Brian Mast stated that, quote, there are very few innocent Palestinian civilians. Whereas on November 2nd, 2023, Representative Brian Mast again incorrectly conflated innocent Palestinian civilians with Hamas terrorists by tweeting a video of a Hamas leader and asserting that, I quote again, a two-state solution means making a state out of these murderous terrorists who are openly calling for the atrocities of October 7th to be committed over and over again. Whereas Representative Brian Mast's repeated conflation of innocent Palestinian civilians with Hamas terrorists sends a message to the world that violence against all Palestinians is legitimate and risks the incitement of brutal attacks across the Middle East region, including settler violence in the West Bank and Hezbollah aggression in northern Israel. Whereas instances of anti-Arab hate and Islamophobia have been on the rise, including the hate-fueled murder of Wadia El-Fayyoumi, a 6-year-old Palestinian American who was stabbed to death in his home in Illinois on October 15, 2023 because of his identity. And whereas Representative Brian Mast's comments regarding innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza are dehumanizing, inflammatory, unacceptable, and can be reasonably construed as inviting the targeted murder of innocent Palestinians, fanning the flames of violence in the Middle East, and violating the international rules of war. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Brian Mast be censured.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from California will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions: to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1607 and H.R. 359, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion of the gentleman from Arizona. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1607 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 213, H.R. 1607, a bill to clarify jurisdiction with respect to certain Bureau of Reclamation pump storage development and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Yeas 81. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without a. On this vote, the yeas are 382, the nays are 1, 2/3 being in. On this vote, the yeas are 384, the nays are 1, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 359, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union
The House will be in
Calendar.
order.
Union Calendar number 212, H.R. 359, a bill to establish Fort San Geronimo del Barquino in Puerto
The clerk
Rico
will
as
report
an
the title.
affiliated area of the National Park System and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 359, the nays are 24, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4820. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4820, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, May 24, 2023, all time for general debate pursuant to House Resolution 838 had expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. Amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of the House Resolution 838. Pro forma amendments described in Section 9 of House Resolution 838. Each amendment printed in Part B of the House Report 118-261 may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of the House Resolution 838, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the House Report 118-261, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designee, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of House Resolution 838, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designee may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Resolution 838, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 26, 27, 28, 33, 35, 38, 39, 41, and 42, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-261, offered by Mr. Cole of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, each will control 10 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this bipartisan en bloc amendment, which represents amendment from both sides of the aisle. The en bloc includes 25 non-controversial amendments that reiterate our collective support for the nation's transportation and housing needs. I want to thank my good friend, Ranking Member Quigley, and all members who have worked with us on this en bloc, and I ask my colleagues to support the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I rise.
Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this en bloc amendment. This includes amendments from both parties and was crafted through consultation between the majority and the minority. This amendment supports critical infrastructure, safety, and housing programs to emphasize the importance of achieving robust investment. I support the amendment, urge its adoption, and reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the gentlelady from Washington, the chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment to recognize Washington State University and celebrate the success of their Ascent program. This program is the primary university-based education and research vehicle for the FAA and is laser-focused on developing new and exciting technology we need to meet the challenges of the 21st century. By working with stakeholders and industry leaders, students and faculty at WSU are showing the world what's possible. Their research is revolutionizing the way we think about sustainable aviation fuel and is helping secure a cleaner future. Today, we have the opportunity to ensure the work continues. We can fully fund the Ascent program and make sure America continues to lead the way, to usher in a new era of innovation and win the future. This program will help America keep its competitive edge, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ranking Member and Chairman. My amendment is simple. It's amendment number 26, and it would increase funds for the Continuum of Care grants under the McKinney-Vento Homelessness Assistance Program by $1 million to help survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking who are experiencing homelessness and provide them with the resources they need to leave abusive and harmful situations. These grants provide local organizations, faith-based organizations, tribal entities with the funds necessary to help combat our nation's homelessness crisis. Domestic violence shelters funded by the Continuum of Care grants are the first place survivors turn to provide them with the opportunity to escape dangerous and abusive situations, and ultimately helps to prevent loss of life at the hand of abusers. In my own state, we have a record number of domestic violence loss in 2022 at a rate of 3.8 days, a death every 3.8 days. So I would just... I would urge my colleagues to support this en bloc amendment, and I would end with a question asked by Jenna Gormel. Will we invest in prevention measures, housing, economic, and racial equity, common sense firearms regulations, body autonomy, or will we accept the deaths of our family and community members at the hands of domestic violence? Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1.5 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Math.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Speaker, the amount of teleworking in Washington is astronomical. We all know post-pandemic, it's nearly impossible to get an employee of a federal agency on the phone because they're still working in their homes and not in the office. Perhaps some of the worst offenders are those at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and according to a GA study from July of this year, the occupancy rate of HUD's headquarters, the Robert C. Weaver Federal Building, is roughly 9% occupancy. The building is just a stone's throw from here where we're sitting right now, and it's sitting basically empty. So why then, I ask, are we proposing to spend $4.68 million to modernize a building that very few are using? I propose we do something else with that money. At the same time, many of our nation's veterans are living in untenable conditions, and they live with physical disabilities as a result of war. And I'm here today to argue that a better use of that $4.68 million is to support low-income veterans via the Veterans Housing Rehabilitation and Modification Pilot Program. This program provides awards through competitive grants to nonprofit organizations that provide nationwide or state programs that primarily serve low-income veterans. And once the grant is received, the veteran's home receives modifications such as wheelchair ramps, widening door thresholds to accommodate mobility needs, shower bars, things related to that. It's estimated that with the money that would be transferred there, they would be able to modify hundreds of more homes for these veterans. And so I want to thank you, Chairman, and thank the ranking member for making my amendment as a part of the unblocked package. And I urge my colleagues to support the adoption of the unblocked package, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty.
Thank
Gentlewoman
you.
is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Quigley. I rise in support of my unblocked amendment filed with my colleague, Congressman John Garamendi, which highlights the importance of the Home Investment Partnership Program to meet affordable housing needs in the United States. For 30 years, Mr. Speaker, HOME has proven to be one of the most effective, locally driven tools to help states and communities address their most pressing housing challenges, whether that's new affordable housing construction, rehabilitation of existing buildings, home buyers assistance, and tenant-based rental assistance, including veterans as we approach Veterans Day, persons with disabilities, seniors, and persons experiencing homelessness. We cannot slash or cut these funds because we know slashing the funds for the home program from $1.7 million to $500 million, the lowest allocation since the program was established in 1992, at a time when the nation, as we all know, in all districts, are facing an affordable housing crisis. The record low in housing inventories and soaring rents and construction costs, slashing such an essential housing program by nearly 70% is unthinkable. Every American deserves access to safe and affordable housing, and every single one of my colleagues in this chamber ought to support the HOME program to be fully funded to achieve that purpose. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I urge them to support the robust funding for the HOME program. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Reserves. Did you reserve or did you yield?
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Beatty. I rise today in support of this amendment to highlight the importance of the Home Investment Partnership Program in meeting the needs of working families across America. Hardworking Americans deserve to have a house. They deserve to have a home. We face drastic shortages of affordable housing in California and in most every other part of America. Housing costs have skyrocketed, significantly outcreasing income. This is why President's budget rightfully included $1.8 billion for the Home Investment Partnership Program. This funding will help construction and rehabilitation of affordable rental housing, as well as providing home ownership opportunities for working families. We must support the funding programs like HOME to ensure that every American has a home. I yield.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, we support the unblock amendment and yield the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate gentleman's support. I also obviously support the en-bloc amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 116-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I seek to address the House on my bill.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I rise to advocate for the passage of my amendment to the T-HUD bill, Amendment number 3, which would allocate an additional $10 million towards the DOT's Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Account, otherwise known as CRISI. The CRISI program is designed to provide financial support for project development and infrastructure upgrades, including station improvements, improving rail system reliability, and grade crossing projects to ensure efficient and safe rail service. CRISI also assists with the creation and improvement of grade crossing projects, something that of critical importance to my constituents and others across the country. Nowhere is rail safety more important than in New York's 17th Congressional District, where hundreds of thousands of my constituents live within 5 miles of a train track or train station. Earlier this year, we saw the impacts of rail safety concerns when a sweeping brush fire was ignited near the train tracks in Rockland County. Now, thankfully, due to the efforts of our heroic first responders, no one was injured or killed. But the fire came awfully close to doing serious damage and causing potential loss of life, which is why it's so critical to ensure that CRISI is funded appropriately. Earlier this year, I sent a letter with dozens of my colleagues calling for the full funding of this program, and this amendment helps towards that goal. Rail safety is not something that should be shortchanged in funding, especially after disasters we've seen nationwide, including in East Palestine, Ohio. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this critical amendment. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, in opposition to this amendment because while I strongly support the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvement Program, I do not support diverting resources that are also necessary to support the Department's investments in research and workforce development. The Office of the Secretary's Research and Technology Program coordinates and collaborates with public and private partners to invest in research that will make our transportation system more safe and more efficient, competitive, accessible, and sustainable. OSTR has already been cut by almost 15% in this bill, and another $10 million cut in research in these partnerships would be a major step backwards. We simply cannot rob Peter to pay Paul. That said, it's good to see a colleague on the other side of the aisle recognizing the importance of the CRISI program and the inadequacy of its current funding level. But let's also be frank with each other. The bill we're talking about here cuts the CRISI program by over $280 million. It's essentially cut in half. A $10 million increase in this amendment in the context of $280 million cuts isn't undoing so much damage. The larger issue here is that the majority chose to write the T-HUD bill to an allocation that does not adequately support the needs of the agencies and programs within the bill. My friends across the aisle need to stop wasting time and work with House Democrats to write spending bills in accordance with the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to increase funding for the CRISI program once the majority increases the allocation of the T-HUD bill. Again, I support the intent of the increase of the CRISI program, but I do not support the offset. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 1 minute of my time to the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, the chair of the Rules Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in support of his amendment. No question that the CRISI program is incredibly popular and improves safety and efficiency of passenger and freight rail. It's the most in-demand program, and despite having over $1 billion, we quite often get more requests. This is a very good and thoughtful request. I'm happy to support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
Got it. Look, I think it's important, obviously, to increase support for safety improvements, given some of the incidents that we have seen across the country. I would just say in response to my colleague across the aisle, I don't think we would be in this situation if the prior Congress didn't increase spending by over $5 trillion in 2 years, looking to find savings for the American taxpayer while making sure that these programs are funded to the degree that they need to be. I think it's important that we increase funding in this account by $10 million, and I would encourage all my colleagues to support that. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York has yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed on Part B of the House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Escobar of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Their chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment highlights the importance of the Thriving Communities program within the Department of Transportation, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have struck funding for. The Biden-Harris administration launched this much-needed program in 2022 to prepare state, local, tribal, and territorial governments to better access federal funding for their communities. This program is intended to help provide technical assistance to under-resourced and disadvantaged communities to help them identify, develop, and deliver on transportation, housing, and other much-needed community revitalization opportunities. It is unfortunate to see that my colleagues on the other side have eliminated this program, which helps communities in their own districts. Not only does the program provide technical assistance, it also provides grant and financial management support, pre-development assistance, community engagement, planning, and project delivery support. With historical funding provided by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, it has been a priority for the Biden-Harris administration to ensure federal investments that tackle climate, clean energy, and transportation initiatives be equitably distributed to economically disadvantaged communities, as well as rural communities. In fact, many of the same colleagues who approve of slashing this funding have actually enjoyed and celebrated the projects built in their districts with this money. I represent El Paso, Texas, an economically disadvantaged community that would benefit from the Thriving Communities program. But by eliminating this program, communities like mine and many like it across the country will not have the needed resources or equal opportunity to access and benefit from available federal funding for vital projects in their community. Rural communities especially will suffer. And as we know, economically disadvantaged and rural communities across this country deserve programs like this because they know their needs but lack the needed resources to seek federal funding. It is programs like the Thriving Communities program that continue to help the most vulnerable access the historic federal funding passed by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act. Mr. Chairman, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman has 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Thriving Communities program is frankly a duplicative to the technical assistance already provided by the DOT's Office of the Secretary. I recognize the burdens that rural, tribal, and disadvantaged communities face in obtaining federal grant funds, but a $25 million office focused on providing additional technical assistance is unnecessary. DOT should focus on simplifying the grant application process as opposed to a slush fund for additional grant consultants. I understand that this program has received a total of $50 million in funding over the last 2 years. However, even the Senate recognizes that this program does not need any more funding. They detail in their report that they are also not providing any funding for this program this year because the program still has $28 million in unused balances. So we simply don't think it's necessary and would urge the rejection of the amendment. Yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of my colleague's amendment. The Thriving Communities program facilitates the planning and development of community revitalization activities to ensure that under-resourced and disadvantaged communities can access funding provided in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Many rural and tribal communities that have suffered historic disinvestment lack the resources and capacity to successfully develop infrastructure projects and access critical federal funding. The elimination of Thriving Communities program is just another example of my colleagues across the aisle turning their back on the very communities they represent. I strongly support my colleague's amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman controls the remaining time.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman controls the remaining time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to add that in closing, eliminating this funding is reckless. It will make it harder for underserved and rural communities across the United States to access this much-needed federal funding. We know that investment in infrastructure especially doesn't just help rebuild our country, but it creates jobs, badly needed American jobs that help communities across America thrive. That is why I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Do you request a recorded vote?
I do.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reduces the funding level for the National Surface Transportation and Innovation Finance Bureau to the fiscal year 2022 level, saving $6.75 million. This office was created by the FAST Act solely to help entities apply for federal subsidies for transportation projects. I imagine they're so complicated. It's become so complicated, and there are so many different programs. Now we have to have an entity that navigates people and, I guess, interested parties through it. In FY22, this program was funded at $3.8 million in FY 2022. In this House bill, just 2 years later, it's funded at $10.5 million, $10.55 million. Think about that. Where we're out lending so much money from the taxpayers that we need to use taxpayer dollars to create an office to assist people looking to take those loans. Now, this office is supposed to streamline and improve application process for DOT's credit assistance programs, according to the Department of Transportation website. These programs, which include TIFIA and RIF credit assistance program, which habitually have very favorable terms for the borrower, unfortunately, they have unfavorable terms for the taxpayer. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman from Illinois has 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment to cut funding for the Build America Bureau by more than half. The Build America Bureau supports transportation and infrastructure development projects by working closely with states, municipalities, and project sponsors to provide technical assistance on pre-planning and project development, help with applying for credit programs, and cultivate public-private partnerships. This helps communities successfully develop projects and navigate available public and private financing opportunities, which requires significant capacity and expertise that can be a barrier for many small, rural, or otherwise disadvantaged communities looking to access capital. We should support programs that make it easier to build, and I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. These programs, unfortunately, often finance projects that have little or no value to interstate commerce. This is the federal government. The federal government exists to do things that the state and local governments can't do, but yet the state and local governments can do these things. They just choose not to. I don't blame them. Why would they when the federal government will pay for them? I'll give you some examples. $606 million in TIFIA assistance went to the Moynihan Train Hall project in New York City to relieve congestion at Penn Station. $99 million in TIFIA assistance to the city of Bellevue, Washington, for 12 multimodal roadways to support the new Bel-Red neighborhood in the heart of the city. It's great for those cities. I'm sure it's wonderful. But that project alone included 25,000 linear feet of sidewalk and 21,000 linear feet of dedicated and separate bike lanes, all within one city. They weren't crossing state lines. People in Pennsylvania are paying for the one in Washington. People in New Mexico, Florida. They're not there, though. They just get to pay for it. $908 million in TIFIA assistance to a regional rail project that only traverses through 3 counties in Texas. What region is that? I guess that's the Texas region, right? It's not the Southwest. I mean, it is technically, but this doesn't cross any state lines. There's no interstate nexus here. There's no reason for the federal government to be involved. Now, I'm sure these projects and many more funded by these programs are appreciated by the residents of these areas. I'm absolutely certain of it. I'm also sure that I'm in the minority when I say there should be fewer of these programs to redistribute taxpayer-funded subsidies across the country. Simply can't afford them. We simply can't afford them. I know I'm going to be a broken record, but we're going to hear the broken record of $33 trillion in debt and climbing every single day at exponential rates unseen before in history. At a bare minimum, instead of creating and increasing funding for an office to manage the web of bureaucracy of these subsidy programs, why don't we actually cut these programs, especially the duplicative ones? My colleague on the other side of the aisle says it exists to help them apply and successfully develop projects. I'm sure it does. I'm sure they develop the projects just to receive this money. That's why they do it, because this thing exists. Maybe the project wouldn't exist if it weren't for this first. But he says that it requires expertise. I'm sure it does, because it is complicated. It's so complicated that we have a bureau now just to navigate these things for grant recipients and would-be grant recipients and funding recipients. We can't afford this. We don't need this, and I urge adoption. With that, I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in concern over implications and consequences of what is before us with this bill. I rise in opposition to proposed cuts to Amtrak that will diminish the funding it needs to provide the service Americans rely on every day. I know how important Amtrak is because I'm one of those Americans who rely on its service. I'm one of 9.3 million Americans that used the Northeast Corridor in 2022 to get home, see family, or conduct business. In fact, I just rode the Amtrak train down today to be here at the Capitol to do the work of this country. I'm one of nearly 23 million Americans nationwide who have used Amtrak last year to bring our communities closer together and help create economic opportunities for working people. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee and will insert this as text into the record. If the House rules permit, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would increase the level of grants for the Northeast Corridor and national network to match the fiscal year 2023 enacted level. In short, it would help make sure a critical program that millions rely on has the funding it needs to continue operating at the level the American people expect. Unfortunately, delivering for the American people is not a priority in this Republican budget. This budget guts Amtrak funding by 64%. It guts funding for the Northeast Corridor by 92%. And it eliminates critical programs for rail safety at a time when we should be prioritizing safety for our workers and our communities. This Republican budget impacts my home state of New Jersey particularly hard. At a time when train derailments are costing lives, this budget would result in nearly 200 fewer safety inspections in my state of New Jersey alone. And at the time when we should be investing in our infrastructure, New Jersey stands to lose nearly $173 million in funding for our transit and highway projects. New Jersey deserves better, America deserves better, and we can start to make this right for them by passing this MTR to provide the funding we need for programs that millions of Americans depend on. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois has yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 13 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be clear. The gentleman that spoke just before me that just rode the train in from New Jersey today should have no problem with this amendment because it does nothing to the Northeast Corridor. However, what it does do, it cuts over $766 million in funding for the national network of the National Railroad Passenger Corporation. I understand that the President has an affinity for passenger rail, especially Amtrak. Amtrak's 15-year vision, released in 2021, mirrors that enthusiasm, plotting out an ambitious 39 new routes in the next 15 years. Problem is, can't be said enough, folks, here in Washington, we're out of money. We're borrowing money to pay these bills. The behemoth IIJA bill, passed just a few years ago, contained billions in funding directly for both the Northeast Corridor, which the good gentleman from New Jersey just talked about, but also the national network. This doesn't include billions in dollars going to passenger rail grant and load programs at DOT, many of which Amtrak has been and remains eligible for at this moment. Doesn't include it. This amounts to at least $4.4 billion for Amtrak across both accounts. They're already getting that, $4.4 billion per year, pre-authorized, prepaid. Why in the world would we continue to pump money into a budget line item that will get automatically generous support for the next few years at least? Like I just said, $4.4 billion. Furthermore, this ignores that sucking chest wound of Amtrak's finances. Even before the pandemic, Amtrak's ticket revenue wasn't meeting its operating expenses. And now after the pandemic, numbers look even more grim. In FY22, Amtrak ran an astounding $886 million operating deficit, $806 million of which was from the national network. Easily the lion's share. We simply must stop the bleeding. Now, while I didn't vote for the Biden blowout infrastructure bill, it did contain supplemental appropriation of $3.2 billion per year for FY 22 through 26 for Amtrak's national network. It's already getting that $3.2 billion. This amendment simply cuts $776 million contained in this bill, the bill that we're trying to move today, this bill from the national network. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is allocated 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment and its extreme proposal to zero out the national network grants. Amtrak's national network trains carried 16.5 million people last year and provide the only intercity public transportation in many small rural communities. Without this grant, nearly all of Amtrak's service outside of the Boston-Washington Northeast Corridor, 15 long-distance routes that are the only Amtrak service in 23 states, and 28 state-supported short-distance routes funded through Amtrak state partnerships would disappear. That would include the Texas Eagle from Chicago to Arkansas. And how would I visit Mr. Womack or Mr. Hill in Arkansas without this, just to name a few? The funding in this committee bill is already woefully short of ensuring the national network is safe, reliable, and on time. Funding for the national network has already been cut by 35%, from $1.2 billion to $776 million, which, if enacted, would radically reduce or suspend service on rail lines across the country. It also cuts funding for the Amtrak workforce of more than 20,000 employees, including almost 3,000 employees in the state of Pennsylvania. I support robust funding for Amtrak and its national network so that we can have safe and reliable passenger rail service across the country. We need investments in rail, not these draconian cuts. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We absolutely do need investments in passenger rail, but private companies won't do it because it loses money, and Amtrak's happy to do it because it's not their money. It's our money. It's our taxpayers' money. They get up early in the morning while it's still dark out, pack their lunch, and they head off to work so they can pay the taxes for an operation that lost $886 million last year, or in FY 2022. $886 million. You know who lost your job when they lost $886 million of the taxpayers' hard-earned money? Nobody. Nobody lost their job. It doesn't matter. What happens is we came in and we're asking for more money. We already talked about the billions they're already getting, and this is adding insult to injury for everybody who has to pay for it. It's awesome to have rails that go across the country. It's one of the founding principles of our country, opening the West. But it wasn't the government that did it. It was entrepreneurs. It was people that speculated and risked their capital. And then the people that rode the trains paid for them. But people that aren't riding the trains are paying for them, and they don't have any more money. No, do I want to see them close? I certainly don't. I don't want to see these lines ended and these services ended. But if we keep going, it's at $33 trillion. I don't know when the breaking point is, but everything's going to end at some point. We could learn a lesson, trim the waste, fix things that we can fix, and so we can avoid everything stopping. But I guess we're going to head over the cliff. With that, I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Let's dismiss of the notion that we don't subsidize all other forms of transportation, especially air travel. So if the private sector wants to take over air travel and pay for all parts of airports and everything that comes with it, then so be it. but that's not going to happen. And the fact of the matter is there are many benefits from having a robust rail system that serves communities that would not otherwise have them. So I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to join me in doing so. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois has yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. From what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask a recorded vote. The
ayes and noes have been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes over $130 million in transit infrastructure grants for the earmarks contained in this bill. Even though many of my colleagues have chosen to request earmarks, or using the current euphemism, community project funding, I remain opposed to the use of this funding for local projects. The corruptive and wasteful earmark process represents what I believe the worst of our taxpayers' dollars being spent on projects that oftentimes have no federal nexus whatsoever. Take some of the grant projects being funded in this bill using transit infrastructure grants. $105 million for the rehabilitation of the Baldwin Park train station in Baldwin Park, California. I'm sure it's beautiful. I'm sure the residents love it. People in Pennsylvania don't know where it is and don't want to pay for it. $790,000 for the West Anaheim Zero Emission Micro Transit Project. Not even sure what that is. Maybe I would be sure if I was in West Anaheim, but I'm in Pennsylvania, and I'm not planning on traveling there anytime soon, but apparently my tax dollars are. $850,000 for the City of Phoenix's Valley Metro Micro Transit. City of Phoenix is beautiful. I have been there. I haven't used a micro transit project, but I get to pay for it, and so do all my bosses. $850,000 for the Norwalk Transit System Bus Stop Equity Project in Norwalk, California. I'm sure it's beautiful. I'm not sure what the equity project is. I'd rather not pay for it, and neither would the folks that sent me here. They don't want to pay for it either because they don't have any money, and neither does this government. Now, there's no doubt that some of the earmarks funded in this bill will benefit some folks around the country. However, again, many of them have no federal nexus. State and local governments should be doing these things, not the federal government. I bet nearly all of them are already eligible for some form of federal transit spending anyhow. They don't need an earmark. They can compete like everybody else on that boondoggle, but we don't need this boondoggle on top of that boondoggle. I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And tomorrow, I think I'll join the boondoggle caucus just to find out everything that's going on with boondoggles everywhere. But for the life of me, I can't understand why some of my Republican members, friends across the aisle, take offense at projects that increase safety on our roads, while so many others support this and have earmarks, or however we want to describe them or call them. It really doesn't make that much difference. But it's important to remember that these came under Republican guidance that required a federal nexus under this year's rules. The community project funding within this bill has gone through extensive vetting by Republican and Democratic offices before submitted for review to the committee. Let's make that even clearer. Every single one of the 127 transit projects containing funding in this bill were submitted by a Republican or a Democratic member of this body. Not only has each member undertaken extensive vetting within their districts to identify the project as a priority, but the Department of Transportation has reviewed every single project and determined that they are eligible. And they are eligible based on guidance and requirements that our Republican colleagues determined, including federal law and regulation. Those of you who are not aware, Republicans on the House Appropriations Committee already voted to strip funding away from 3 eligible projects simply because they benefited LGBTQ plus youth, seniors, and allies. So we have seen this before. It's an overreach by my Republican members for otherwise eligible projects so that, based on their own ideology, they can dictate how each individual member should support their district and constituents who voted them into office. To my Republican colleagues who have funded transit projects in this bill, what will you tell your transit agencies who put the sweat and resources into submitting eligible projects for funding? And I would mention the folks who did that: Mr. Garcia, Mr. LaHood, Mr. Turner, Mr. Moore, Mr. Pfluger, Mr. Rose, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Valadeo, many, many more along those same lines. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that it received guidance. It doesn't matter to me if it received the guidance. As a matter of fact, it seems to me, based on the examples I gave you, that the guidance is flawed, which is why I voted against this when we started this session and we crafted the rules. I voted against all this because I knew this was going to happen. And I don't cast any aspersions to Republicans or Democrats in this. I'm not going to name any names. I'm not mad at anybody here. I think it's bad for the whole country, and it's a bad way of doing business. And as to the safety aspect, I guess when you don't have any real argument to make about the projects themselves and the alleged federal nexus, you throw the old safety. Like, of course, everybody on this side of the aisle, we want to be unsafe. We love to be unsafe. We want everybody to be unsafe, just like we like to breathe dirty air and drink dirty water, and people somehow believe that. Nothing could be further from the truth. But if the only way we can be safe is by bankrupting the country, I wonder how this country made it this far. We made it pretty far without bankrupting ourselves, but yet we can make it no further. And I guess that's what we're going to learn here with this process on this bill. Too much money, too much borrowing, we can't afford it, no federal nexus. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
A quick thought on earmarks. You don't like earmarks. In general, a person doesn't like earmarks, but on the other hand, using the language that they would often use, they don't want some nameless, faceless bureaucrat in D.C. making decisions on how their money is spent. It's one way or another. Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank my friend for yielding. I rise in opposition to my good friend from Pennsylvania's amendment for a simple reason. Actually, I'll start with where my friend, the ranking member, was. These decisions are too often made by faceless bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., and there ought to be an opportunity for members to advocate. We all know the top lines are set long before any of these projects are awarded. So this doesn't add a single dime. It just allows members to advocate under a structured process for things that they think will make a difference in the lives of their constituents. We're not spending 1 cent more than we would have spent, but we are giving members the opportunity to influence decisions that are important to them and their constituents. We do take our vetting responsibilities very seriously. These were vetted by a Republican Appropriations Committee and staffers in cooperation with our friends from the other side of the aisle. And we don't approve them all. You know, about a third of these things never make it, and a lot of them don't get as much money as they asked for. This is a good tool, important tool. Congress went without it for a decade and decided after that experience we need it back. And overwhelming majorities in both conferences made that decision, not one or the other. We've voted on this rule in our conference multiple times. The margin's gotten bigger every time. So with that, I urge defeat of the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman from Illinois has yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike the funds for the Capital Investment Grant Program. For the past decade, the Capital Investment Grant Program has led to the misallocation of funds to the most expensive projects without regard to the project's financial viability or expected ridership, which would seem to me to be kind of important. By overextending their resources in search of federal grant funding, transit agencies fail to consider the impact this will have on their ability to provide existing services. While this was true before the pandemic, it's of particular concern in the post-pandemic environment. FTA data shows 2023 ridership came in a little over 50% of 2019 levels, so there's little need to build out additions to the transit system before we can ascertain the long-term impact and the interest itself in public transportation generally, the impact on ridership. I mean, people aren't riding, yet we're going to build more of this stuff. That seems, I don't know, a little counterintuitive to me. Congress now has provided in excess of $100 billion in annual and emergency spending to public transit agencies over the pandemic era period. There's a reason for that. And we need to slow down and determine what future ridership where future ridership is headed before we continue to throw good money after bad into capital projects we can't afford, are unnecessary, and will never be sustained. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in opposition to yet another anti-mobility amendment to eliminate funding for transit capital investment grants. The bill already cuts transit infrastructure by 82%, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania's previous amendment doubled down that by eliminating member-sponsored transit projects. The bipartisan infrastructure law authorized this program to receive $3 billion for FY24, and instead of debating an amendment that gets us closer to that amount, we're wasting our time reneging on yet another bipartisan agreement. This amendment would make it impossible for dozens of commuter rail and bus projects already in the pipeline for construction grants to move along in a timely manner. That includes the thousands of jobs supported by these projects. In fact, for every $1 invested in public transit, another $5 is leveraged. Today, there are 69 projects across the nation seeking funding under this program, including such places as Huntsville, Alabama, Indianapolis, Indiana, Rochester, Minnesota, Columbus, Ohio, Salt Lake City, and Spokane, Washington. While we often focus on the local benefits, the need for increased mobility and access to job centers, medical care, and school goes beyond any one district. Transit gets essential workers from home to the places many of us rely on: hospitals, stores, service delivery hubs, and schools, not only supporting thousands of jobs across the country, but the local economies that rely on these workers. The American people are tired of seeing half-complete construction projects on the side of the road and deserve the confidence of this body that their taxpayer dollars will result in real infrastructure benefits. Instead of cutting off funding for buses and subways and those employed by and relying on these transportation systems, we should be investing in these projects that give commuters more reliable service, lower congestion on the roads, and make it a little easier to breathe. I urge all my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No one here is anti-mobility. We're anti-bankruptcy. We want everybody to be able to go where they need to go when they need to go there. We can't afford these projects. The fact is, the only way they can be done is if the federal government pays for them. It would probably be done no other way, which begs the question, if it's the only way they can be done, are they really affordable? And of course, they're not. It's how we ended up $33 trillion in debt for things like this. Again, we're not opposed to anybody, any state, any locality investing in their community to do these things. The federal government simply doesn't have the money to do it anymore. When the gentleman talks about the return on investment, well, the return on investment doesn't come to these projects, because if it did, they wouldn't be seeking all this money every single year. Return on investment doesn't come to the taxpayers. We just keep spending and spending and spending, and somebody in this place, somebody in this body, somebody in this town has to pick somewhere to start saving some money. We don't have any problem the rest of everything we do picking the winners and losers, but there can never be any losers when it comes to funding in this place, except for the taxpayer. They get to lose because no one cares about them. Well, I'm here to say I care about them. We got to stop this. I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has yielded. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, when President Eisenhower developed the interstate highway system after coming back from Europe in the Second World War, he didn't brought to you by some corporate sponsor. It's a recognition that there are things that government does that have value. It accomplishes things the private sector can't or won't do. And that doesn't mean they shouldn't get done. It's the whole purpose of government. And we recognize at this time when we're trying to be economically competitive with the rest of the world that our economic competitors are outspending us on the critical ingredient leading to economic growth, which is in large part infrastructure. That's why the trucking industry, the rail industry, and so many others were pushing so hard to get that infrastructure bill done. And it's why we have to do that to keep growing the economy, which drives jobs and indeed tax growth, so we can pay for these things. If we don't, and the roads and our transit systems become pothole filled and inoperable, the economy will come to a standstill as well. I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois has yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment increases and decreases to emphasize the importance of restoring public safety and the rule of law in the D.C. Metro. While it primarily is focusing on crime on the Metro, I would be remiss if I failed to mention that law and order in our nation's capital has completely collapsed. Based on preliminary data from the Metropolitan Police Department, crime has increased 27% overall this year. More concerning, violent crime is increased by 40%. Compared to this time last year, the homicide rate is up 33%, robbery is up 69%, and motor vehicle theft by 110%. A month ago, one of our esteemed colleagues was carjacked, a fate that befalls too many people in the D.C. metro area. The fact that criminals are so brazen as to steal the car of a member of Congress shows how far this situation has deteriorated. This sharp increase in the crime rate is directly attributable to the failed home rule policy that has empowered a leftist government to pursue its ideological agenda at the expense of the general welfare. Let me say it one more time. D.C. home rule is a complete and total failure. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. All too often, criminals in this city receive a slap on the wrist. There are few places where crime is more noticeable than the D.C. metro area. From October 22nd, or 2022 rather, to October 2023, crime has almost tripled. We should be ashamed. We have residents, colleagues, children, tourists taking our metro, visiting our city, and it's not safe. Safety is something that we should be able to guarantee on a federally funded transit system. From a 2-year period, 2020 to 2022, there were a total of 6 homicides on the metro. This year, there's already been 7. Mr. Chairman, earlier this year, I introduced the Seat of Government Act, which would repeal the District of Columbia's home rule and restore control of D.C. to the federal government where it belongs. But on this amendment, I would ask adoption. I thank you, sir, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 25, printed in Part 8 of House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member is opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes $150 million in grants from the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, known as WMATA. This area that we're operating in, that we're speaking about, is full of highly educated professionals, many of whom work for the government contractor, or associated jobs. Some of the surrounding counties in Maryland and Virginia have some of the highest median incomes per county in the country. It's pretty affluent around here. Like many transit agencies, even before the pandemic, WMATA had an unsustainable budget outlook and an operation, getting 53% of its budget through state and local subsidies. It's through subsidies, not through fares for all the well-to-do folks around the area riding, but through subsidies. Now, if you were to run a business where you only made 47% of your budget and revenues, you'd be out of business pretty darn quick. Now, during the pandemic, most federal agencies sent their workers home. Even so, WMATA received over $2 billion from pandemic-era legislation to keep it afloat. So nobody's riding because everybody was sent home, but this place sent them $2 billion to keep paying the bills where nobody was riding. Only in Washington, D.C., unfortunately, only in America. Well, we are now post-shutdown, and federal workers are still not going to the office. A recent GAO report showed that of 17 of the 24 federal agencies surveyed used an average of 25% or less of their headquarters building capacity right here in Washington, D.C. That's 75% of space in these headquarters buildings around here that taxpayers are paying for with no benefit because 75% of it is empty. Not only are they paying for a building nobody's in, but they're paying for a transit system that's taking no one to work in these places. WMATA said that in May of this year, rail ridership reached only 50% of pre-pandemic levels on weekends and 89% on weekends. 50% of pre-pandemic, that's half. Just now reached half in May of this year, of before the pandemic. Now, after federal COVID relief for WMATA is exhausted, the Metro's budget deficit will be $750 million in FY 2025 and $830 million in FY 2026. When is it going to end? When? WMATA leadership says the deficit results from inflation, collective bargaining agreements, and importantly, $288 million from decreased ridership. Well, I can't do anything about those things, but I can try and do something about this exorbitant amount of money we're losing, that the taxpayers are sending in to this black hole and getting nothing for it. I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I strongly oppose this amendment. This amendment would eliminate $150 million in Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act funding for the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. This funding, which Congress has provided annually since 2008, supports much-needed high-priority capital and preventative maintenance projects, including rehabilitating crumbling rail station platforms, supporting first responders' safety, repairing elevators and escalators, mitigating tunnel water leaks, and replacing aging and obsolete equipment on rail cars. Hundreds of thousands of National Capital Region residents, visitors, and federal government employees rely on Metro daily. Without this funding, there could be reductions in rail service and increased risks to safety riders, as well as increased road traffic emissions. I urge my colleagues to oppose this reckless amendment.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman. Reckless. We just heard from the gentleman right before me about how dangerous it is to ride in the nation's transit system, the nation's capital. People come here, and it's dangerous to ride on the transit system of their capital. That's reckless. This transit system is expecting to get this $150 million in grants, and they're still going to lose $750 million in 2025 and $830 million in 2026. They're still going to lose that, even with the $150 million, because they have no interest in trying to make this solvent. Why should they? They keep on getting bailed out from the good people from around the country that can't even go to their nation's capital and be sure that they won't be beat up or robbed or worse on the nation's transit system. It is unacceptable. There ought to be some accountability. There ought to be any accountability. I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to note Mr. Connolly of Virginia plans to submit a statement for the record opposing this amendment, and I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of thousands of Virginians who rely every single day on Metro. They take it to work, they take it to school, they take it to see their families. This cut would hurt their commutes. This cut would eliminate funding for urgent capital projects, meaning it would impact the safety and reliability of the system. And this cut would be a slight to the federal workers, including those who work right here on Capitol Hill and those who rely on Metro to get to their jobs, so that they can keep our government functioning, our country safe, and our economy running. Historically, support for Metro's capital funding has not been hyperpartisan, and we should not change course right now. That's why I am proud to stand with members of the Maryland and Virginia delegations and my colleague from the District of Columbia in pushing back against this senseless proposal. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from
Reserves. We reserve.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. You reserve.
We reserve.
Absolutely. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This shouldn't be hyper-partisan. My friends on the other side of the aisle, I'm sure they like taking the train. I'm sure their constituents, their bosses do as well. And having other people pay for it, that's an awesome circumstance. Everybody would want that. We all like things for free, but things aren't free. We have to pay for things in this country, and we're out of money, ladies and gentlemen. So it shouldn't be hyper-partisan, and it's not hyper-partisan. Those in this room would have you believe that. But there are people on both sides of the aisle that know that this thing is inefficient, wasteful, dangerous, and yes, indeed, reckless. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to the Perry Amendment. The amendment would cut $150 million in federal capital funding for the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. The Perry Amendment would undermine a successful federal, state, local partnership which provides Metro with $150 million in federal funding for urgent capital projects. This funding is matched 100% with $150 million from Metro Compact members Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. The $300 million annual investment is critical to improving the safety and reliability of the system. Continued bipartisan support for America's Transit Agency will ensure WMATA progress on restoring aging infrastructure and maintaining a safe and reliable system for visitors from across the United States. This annual capital funding program was created by Republican Congressman Tom Davis as part of the Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act. This program has received broad bipartisan support for more than a decade, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act reauthorized their program until 2030. Funding for the federal government's FY 2024 contribution to Metro is included in this bill on the House floor this week and was in the T-HUD bill that recently passed the Senate by a vote of 82 to 15. The funding enjoys such consistent and long-standing support in Congress because the federal government is both a stakeholder in the system and a chief beneficiary of this annual capital funding contribution. Metro is a $40 billion asset to the National Capital Region and is essential to the operation of the federal government. More than 1/3 of all Metro stations are located on federal property serving federal facilities. Unlike the other transportation networks in the nation, the Metro system serves a distinct vital national security role for the federal government, providing transportation to the Pentagon, Homeland Security, and the FBI offices. Metro transports thousands of federal employees to work each day, and that number is increasing as Metro helps federal agencies increase in-person work. Metro recently saw its highest rate of federal employee ridership since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise as a designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This is America's subway. This is America's Metro. Millions of people from throughout this country come here and enjoy Metro's convenience in seeing the federal government, in seeing their national capital, and visiting all of us. That's why this is important to the Congress, because it's America's subway, and that's why, very frankly, Bill Lehman, many years ago, referred to it as America's subway, and why the federal government would invest in its operations. So I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Obviously, a lot of people from my district ride Metro and come to work for the federal government. And thousands of federal employees rely on it to get to their work serving the American people. Metro is especially crucial now when many of the federal workers are returning to the office after the pandemic, which I heard in the Rules Committee we want them to do. And I agree with that. Indeed, in just the last 2 months, federal employee ridership has reached its highest point since the pandemic began. So this is not just a local subway. This is the subway that all of our constituents use when they come to our city, the city of our nation. We depend on Metro, and Metro depends on us. That's why Congress pledged to invest $150 million in Metro capital improvement through the bipartisan infrastructure law, and why over the years we have invested in Metro's operations and well-being. We need to honor that historic commitment. This amendment would break that promise.
This money, as I'm sure one of my colleagues, or maybe all of my colleagues have told, is matched many times over, as you would expect, by the local governments, all the local governments, and Washington, D.C., as I'm sure its representative, who does such an extraordinary job, Eleanor Holmes Norton, pointed out. So I would urge my colleagues, I understand the offer of this amendment wants to cut spending in many, many places. This is one that he has chosen. But I think it is a bad choice. And I think that every Republican and every Democrat who invites his constituents or her constituents to come to Washington, who invites their employees to be here on time and at many hours of the day and night, to consider strongly opposing this amendment with an overwhelming vote, bipartisan vote, because Metro has been a bipartisan effort. I've worked on Metro since I came here with Frank Wolf. Frank Wolf was a Republican from Virginia, and we were essentially joined at the hip in fighting for Metro, not as a Republican Metro or a Democratic Metro, but for the nation's Metro. Reject this amendment. Keep our word and our investment in the subway that serves all of our citizens. And I thank the gentleman for yielding the time, and I yield back the balance.
Yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania yielded. He yielded. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Ayes and noes have been pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
This amendment would increase and decrease the office of the Chief Human Capital Officer at the Department of Housing and Urban Development to express concern regarding the inherently divisive nature of the Diversity Council and the associated race, ethnicity, gender, and sexual orientation-based affinity or employee research groups. Right now, HUD has several different employee affinity groups for different racial, ethnic, gender, or sexual orientations. These groups include Blacks in Government for African American HUD employees, HUD AANHPI for Asian American, Native American, Pacific Islander, HUD FEQ for LGBT employees. The so-called Diversity Council is reflected in this administration's drive to divide America. In other words, we should go to work every day, and Hispanic employees should be in one room and talk about what they have in common, and black people should be in another room and talk what they have in common, and the gay people should be in another room and talk about what they have in common. And on the face of it, it's a little bit ridiculous. It's divisive by its nature, as is, I think, so much of the affirmative action mania that's taken over this country. A growing volume of research demonstrates that professional development programs and other trainings in DEI are abject failures. There was a piece in the New York Times with author Jesse Singal comparing different DEI interventions and noted racial affinity groups, a popular intervention in which participants are temporarily separated by race so they can talk about race, have perhaps proved even more problematic. They sparked complaints such as in Jacksonville, Florida, where a principal was temporarily assigned after she attempted to separate white students from students of color. But in any event, the purpose of the groups is to tell people, because your great-grandfather came from Cuba, we're going to put you with these other people, and you're supposed to share something in common with these people. In other words, people are labeled as being different by their race or by their gender, which on the face of it is such a racist and sexist thing to do. In any event, I think HUD should focus on well, I'm not sure we should have a HUD, but if we're going to have a HUD, it should focus on its goals of providing housing or making sure we have affordable housing for the country, not set aside in groups of people who come from wildly different backgrounds and telling them because you're a Pacific Islander or you're Hispanic or you're black, you should think in a certain way. And I talked to an employee who has to put up with one of these groups in private business, and that's exactly what they are. They have some expert diversity person telling people that because you're black, you should think such and such a way, and because your grandfather's from Cuba, you should think such and such a way, and because your grandmother's from Korea, you should think such and such a way. It's just anti-American across the board. Thank you. I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Can I just point out the absurdity of where we are right now? Let's have two white guys talk about racial equality and equity, but here goes. Instead of focusing on investment in affordable housing and the safe, efficient transportation infrastructure that powers our economy, we are discussing several harmful anti-equality amendments that have no place in this bill and are frankly a distraction. The Diversity Council and related groups that my colleague objects to include several affinity and employee resource groups that provide opportunities, resources, advocacy for fairness, and peer support for HUD employees that are part of a historically marginalized and underrepresented groups such as people with disabilities, women, and veterans. We may not like the fact that those inequalities still exist, but they do. It does no one any good to hear no evil, see no evil, and speak no evil. The existence of these groups is not divisive. Instead, it promotes inclusion. I don't know why some of my Republican colleagues are so afraid of the word equity, or whether I should stand in the way of efforts to ensure that the needs of disabled, women, and veteran employees are met, so they are all treated equally and fairly. It is and always will be a movement toward a more perfect union. There was never anything in the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence or anything else you can go down the street and read in another building that tells us that we'll ever have this accomplished. So instead, it's easier to say it's divisive, it's not necessary, it denies truth, it denies history, and that is in itself is destructive. This amendment is unnecessary, it is divisive, offensive, and a deep distraction. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman reserve or yield?
I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on it. I think the gentleman has kind of a bizarre view of the world and kind of, I don't think, is accurately analyzing what America is today. A pluribus unum out of many one is the way we view America. The idea of we're going to set aside groups, and by the way, when they define members of these groups, if you're 1/4 American Indian or 1/4 Hispanic or 1/4 black, you're considered part of a group. To think that these people all have something in common because of where their grandparents were born, maybe grandparents who've long since died, is a little bit offensive on its face. If you look at how different groups do in this country, by the way, frequently the most economically successful groups, well, the most economically successful today are Asian Americans from India, then from the Philippines. Cubans do better than average American. Like I said, they're kind of bizarrely, for the purpose of identifying people or setting aside these groups, you're going to have people classified by one grandparent supposedly of color, even though nobody under the sun even knew what their ancestry is divisive on its face. And I believe the only reason people keep pushing this garbage is they do want to divide America. And they do want to have people who are perfectly happy Americans walk around and being told, because your grandfather was Native American, because your grandfather was Korean, you know, you are put upon.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I demand a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 30, printed in Part 8 of House Report 118. I'm sorry, Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Brechin, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would reduce spending by bringing the Department of Housing and Urban Development's funding for the fair housing activities back to the fiscal year 19 levels, which would be a cut of $19.7 million. Cutting funding back to pre-COVID-19 levels across the board for non-defense discretionary funding can right-size a discretionary budget that has grown 30% larger since the pandemic. We must return non-defense discretionary spending back to the 2019 spending levels if we're ever to have hope on the discretionary side of getting our fiscal house in order. And to accomplish that for this program, this is a modest cut. It's a 0.022% cut of the total funding of this bill. I want to repeat that. It's a 0.022% cut. That's a cut of 1/5 of 1%. Allowing the data to speak for itself, according to HUD's own statistics, there were 11,741 total housing discrimination complaints filed to the department in 2022. According to HUD, in fiscal year 22, there were 15 cases of housing discrimination that were referred to the Department of Justice. Of those cases, 14 were closed out by DOJ, meaning that there was only one case out of over 11,000 that led to a charge of housing discrimination. While many housing discrimination complaints are settled, most cases are found to be without cause or closed entirely. And according to the Congressional Research Service, 3 to 5% of complaints lead to a formal charge, and between 0 to 1% of complaints lead to a referral to the Department of Justice. Again, we need to get our fiscal house in order. We are rapidly approaching, all know, $34 trillion in debt. It's costing families, through devaluation of our dollar, $1,200 more per month to buy the exact same goods and services as compared to when our current president took office almost 3 years ago. The effects of that, we all know, with interest rate changes, are causing housing problems for a multitude. The debt to GDP ratio is at our highest level since World War II. Our interest payments on the debt are about to cost more than defense spending. That's within months to years ahead in short order. Autopilot mandatory spending amounts to 70% of our government spending. This number is expected to skyrocket to 90% within the next 10 years. And out-of-control spending at some point has to come to an end, either by choice or will happen to us by force. Mr. Chairman, I want to reiterate that this is incredibly small in terms of cuts, 0.022%, 1/5 of 1% to the underlying bill. Let's return back to the 2019 fiscal year, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Reserves. Yields. The gentleman yields. Recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment slashes funding for the HUD office responsible for enforcement of fair housing law by 25% below fiscal 2023, undermining basic civil rights protections that prohibit discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, age, disability, and familial status. This gutting of the office will result in the loss of an estimated 150 personnel who work to enforce the Fair Housing Act of 1968 and other civil rights laws. In addition to investigating fair housing complaints, the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity coordinates with the Department of Justice, trains fair housing practitioners, enforces VAWA protections, manages grants, conducts civil rights reviews of HUD investments, and develops policies that proactively advance housing equity. I've seen firsthand in Chicago how, for example, LGBTQ youth who are underrepresented in the homeless population can face discrimination when attempting to access homeless shelters. HUD guidance has played a critical role in clarifying the responsibilities of housing providers and assisting them in how to best promote fair and equal access. And again, weakened civil rights enforcement hurts our most vulnerable constituents most. In 2021, 54% of fair housing complaints nationwide were cases of discrimination on the basis of disability. Housing affordability is not the only crisis Americans face when seeking stable housing. Discrimination is a real challenge for people with disabilities, veterans, seniors, and tribal communities, and other vulnerable populations. Instead of hollowing out meaningful implementation of civil rights protections, we should be taking every possible action to ensure Americans are not falling prey to loopholes and the lack of enforcement. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
Purposes, does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I seek a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma will be postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Yep. You want me to say that?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4820, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 4820 and has come to no resolution thereon. The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on November 3, 2023 at 3:20 p.m., said to contain a message from the President regarding the President's notification to Congress consistent with Section 8 of the Fishermen's Protective Act of 1967, as amended, 22 United States Code 1978. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk of the House.
The clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, On August 24, 2023, the Secretary of the Interior certified under Section 8 of the Fishermen's Protective Act of 1967, as amended, the Pelley Amendment, 22 United States Code, 1978, that the nationals of the People's Republic of China, PRC, are engaging in trade or taking of 8 species of pangolin that diminishes the effective of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. This letter constitutes my notification to the Congress consistent with subsection B of the Pelley Amendment. Pangolins, the world's only scaly mammal, are captured and trafficked at a higher rate annually than rhinoceroses, elephants, and tigers combined. Consumer demand for pangolin scales for traditional medicinal practices has pushed all 8 pangolin species originating from across Africa and Asia toward extinction. Effective January 2, 2017, all species of pangolin were included in CITES Appendix 1, which prohibits international trade for primarily commercial purposes. Despite this prohibition, the PRC remains the largest destination country for pangolin scales. The PRC has taken some steps to curtail pangolin trafficking at its international ports and has uplisted pangolins under its wildlife protection law. That the PRC maintains a system that allows for the legal commercial trade of pangolin scales for medicinal use for its national stockpiles, thereby indirectly providing commercial avenues for selling illegal pangolin specimens through its domestic pangolin market. Provincial governments within the PRC are allowed to issue permits to designated pharmaceutical companies and are entities to acquire pangolin specimens from the PRC's national stockpiles for medicinal use. According to the United Nations, pangolin seizures have increased tenfold since 2014. Moreover, based on data collected between 2007 and 2018, 71% of seizures were destined for the PRC. The size of individual seizures has also increased. For example, in 2019, Malaysian authorities reported seizing a record-setting 30 tons of pangolin products. My administration therefore remains concerned that, despite assurances from the PRC regarding its anti-trafficking efforts, demand for pangolin scales appears to be growing. The PRC must do more to close domestic markets for pangolins and pangolin specimens that provide cover for the illegal market. Without these actions, it is likely that pangolin populations will continue to decline, bringing the species closer to extinction. Since the Secretary of the Interior's certification on August 24, 2023, executive departments and agencies have outlined conversations and anti-trafficking conditions that must be met by the PRC to ameliorate United States' concern that the PRC is undermining pangolin conservation under CITES. Necessary actions by the PRC that would demonstrate its commitment to pangolin conservation and compliance with CITES directives include completely closing its domestic market for pangolins and pangolin parts, transparent accounting for domestic stockpiles, and fully removing pangolins and pangolin parts from the national list of approved medicines. The PRC has made some progress towards its international commitments, but given the complexity of the PRC's domestic pangolin market, its overlapping jurisdictions, more time is needed to ensure that the appropriate agencies from the PRC are implementing the necessary steps to protect pangolin species from possible extinction. That is why I have directed the Department of State and the Department of the Interior to continue their ongoing efforts to report back to me on the outcome of the ongoing negotiations at the CITES Standing Committee meeting taking place in Geneva from November 6 through 10, 2023. If significant commitments by the PRC to implement CITES-directed measures to protect pangolin species have not been made by December 31, 2023, I plan to direct certain prohibitions on the importation of and impose trade measures on certain products from the PRC. The United States will take the steps necessary to end illegal trade in order to save pangolins from extinction, with the goal of demonstrating progress by the end of this year. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, November 3, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Natural Resources and ordered printed. Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In only 3 years, President Biden's failed foreign policies have caused chaos around the globe. Middle East, Biden failed to enforce congressionally enacted sanctions while opening up new lines of cash for Iran to fund terror. Now Israel's under attack from Iran-backed terrorist proxies. In Europe, Biden lifted sanctions on Putin's Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a move that he was warned was a calamitous foreign policy disaster, while simultaneously undermining American energy production, weakening our influence and empowering malign producers of energy like Russia. In Afghanistan, Biden's chaotic troop withdrawal left Americans dead, the Afghan government to collapse, and stranded tens of thousands of Afghan allies. In Asia, Biden continues to ignore a growing number of aggressive provocations from the Chinese Communist Party. He gave the CCP a pass on their COVID obstruction, let their spy balloon gather intelligence from sensitive military sites, promoted the use of the CCP spyware app called TikTok, and standing idly by as China reportedly sets up a spy base in Cuba. In North America, cartels are exploiting Biden's open borders agenda to poison tens of thousands of Americans with deadly fentanyl, while experts warn of the ever-growing terror as 1.6 million getaways have escaped into the country on Biden's watch. This foreign policy agenda has been a failure on every front, and the entire world is less safe from it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to advise and extend.
Just in your remarks. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Barton College in Wilson, North Carolina hosted Military Appreciation Day this past weekend. The Bulldogs brought the community together to honor our veterans and for a good, hard-hitting football game. We celebrated a true American hero, Brigadier General Norman Snap Gaddis. General Gaddis is a World War II fighter pilot who turned 100 years old this past September. He flew 72 combat missions before being listed missing in action, a prisoner of war held by the North Vietnamese for nearly 6 years, and holds a Purple Heart. The Bulldogs also recognized Marine veteran and State Representative Ken Fontenot. Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank Barton President Doug Searcy, First Lady Beth Searcy, Board Chair Eric Sellers, and the entire Bulldog family for honoring our veterans and their families. I yield back.
Chair lays before the House communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on November 3, 2023, at 3:20 p.m., set to contain a message from the President regarding the continuation of the national emergency with respect to the threat from securities investments that finance certain companies of the People's Republic of China. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk of the House.
Clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the threat from the securities investments that finance certain companies of the People's Republic of China, PRC, that was declared in Executive Order 13959 of November 12, 2020, and expanded in scope in effect Executive Order 14032 of June 3, 2021, is to continue in effect beyond November 12, 2023. The PRC exploits the United States capital to resource and to enable the development and modernization of its military, intelligence, and other security apparatuses which continues to allow the PRC to directly threaten the United States homeland and United States forces overseas. Through the National Strategy of Military-Civil Fusion, the PRC increases the size of the country's military-industrial complex by compelling civilian Chinese companies to support its military and intelligence activities. Those companies, though remaining ostensibly private and civilian, directly support the PRC's military, intelligence, and security apparatuses. At the same time, those companies raise capital by selling securities to the United States investors that trade on public exchanges both here and abroad, lobbying United States index providers and funds to include these securities in market offerings, and engaging in other acts to ensure access to United States capital. The PRC military-industrial complex, by directly supporting the efforts of the PRC's military, intelligence, and other security apparatuses, continues to constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat, which has its source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States, to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. In addition, the use of Chinese surveillance technology outside the PRC and the development or use of Chinese surveillance technology to facilitate repression or serious human rights abuse continue to constitute unusual and extraordinary threats, which have their source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13959, expanded in scope by Executive Order 14032, with respect to the threat from securities investments that finance certain companies of the PRC. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, November 3, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Like an opportunity to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, you are recognized.
I'm going to address today a news story that didn't receive probably as much publicity as it should have, but it goes a little bit more to the wokeization of all levels of government, including local government, apparently including even what you would consider to be a conservative city of Nashville, Tennessee. You will recall last March there was a Nashville shooter, Aiden Hale, who killed 6 people in the Covenant School in Nashville. At the time, we were told that nobody knew what his motivation was, that he just had a rambling manifesto, and us little people didn't have to know any more about it. It recently came out on the internet that this murderer of 6 people was a transgender who was motivated in part by Christian hatred and apparently a negative on blonde hatred too. In other words, a super woke person who decided to kill 6 people. As scary as that is, it's just as scary that the authorities in Nashville are now investigating who leaked what motivated the shooter. In other words, our new government is scared to death of any narrative that intervenes with the overall woke agenda. I hope in the future the press corps does not say that it's a problem when this is exposed, but encourages local police to expose manifestos of multiple shooters so we know what really motivates them, even if it's something like transgenderism. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.